media capital of the world.
During the current state of emergency due to COVID-19, council members will be participating online, and the public will not be able to physically attend today's meeting. To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes dependent upon the number of speakers.
Good evening and welcome to a regular Burbank City Council meeting on Tuesday, April 12, 2022. I have invited Jonathan Jones, Public Information Specialist, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Will everyone please rise? Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Everyone, please put your right hand over your heart, and let's begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Madam City Clerk, please conduct the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Frutos.
Hi, Madam City Clerk. Happy
Hello.
to be here.
Hello. And Councilmember Schultz.
Present.
Councilmember Springer.
Here.
Vice Mayor Anthony.
Present.
And Mayor Talamantes.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. There will be one period of general public comment tonight. If you would like to participate, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until we begin public comment. We have 3 announcements this evening.
The following are announcements for April 12, 2022. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for one vacancy on the Planning Board for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2023. The deadline to submit an application is Thursday, April 14th, 2022 at 5 p.m. If interested, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. Vaccination proof or medical religious exemption will be required of all applicants. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for one resident required vacancy on the Sustainable Burbank Commission for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2023. The deadline to submit an application is Friday, May 6th at 5 p.m. If interested, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. Vaccination proof or medical religious exemption will be required of all applicants. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. The draft 2021-2029 Housing and Safety Element Updates with responses to the second round of comments from the California Department of Housing and Community Development is available for public review at www.burbankhousingelement.com. Members of the public can comment on the draft housing element by emailing the project planner, Shipra Rajesh, at srajesh@burbankca.gov or calling the Planning Division at 818-238-5250. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
Thank you. As a reminder, if you would like to participate in general public comment, please call now at 818-238-3335. We have two council presentations on the agenda this evening. The first presentation this evening is a proclamation declaring April 24th, 2022 as Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day in the city of Burbank. Whereas from 1915 to 1923, 1.5 million Armenians were murdered and hundreds of thousands more were forcibly deported from their homes and ancient homeland by the Ottoman Turkish Empire as part of a systemic program of genocide. And whereas April 24, 2022 marks the 107th anniversary of this tragedy, witnessed by officials and missionaries from the United States and Europe, including ambassadors and officials from Imperial Germany and Austria, both allies of the Turkish Empire. And whereas the people of the city of Burbank will continue to remember the atrocities committed against the Armenian nation and all humanity in order to guard against the recurrence of genocide. And whereas the people of the city of Burbank continue to dedicate themselves to the principle of equal justice for all people and are committed to promoting these values for all generations. Now, therefore, I, Jesse Talamantes, may the city of Burbank do hereby proclaim April 24th, 2022 as Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day in recognition of those who suffered as a result of the Armenian Genocide. I urge all citizens to join the Armenian community to overcome prejudice and inhumanity through education, appropriate observance, vigilance, and persistence, and call upon the Turkish government to resolve with representatives of the Armenian nation all grievances stemming from the genocide. Accepting the proclamation this evening is Mr. Sarkis Simonian, Chairman of the Burbank chapter of the Armenian National Committee of America. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sarkis Simonian, and I'm the chair of ANC at Burbank. Thank you, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and council members Springer, Frudos, and Schultz. I also like to thank the city clerk Suzette, city manager Justin, and Judy, and the entire staff of the city. Thank you for your courage and dedication to the Armenian genocide year after year, and your understanding of the importance of recognizing the genocide and its impact on the Armenian population in Burbank. Some might argue, why keep issuing the same proclamation year after year? To those, I say, unless we bring those atrocities into light and remind the world of the devastation and loss of life, history will repeat itself. And to Armenians, the genocide never ended and continues to this date, as evident by the war in Artsakh in 2020 and the ethnic cleansing that followed. And it still follows until this day when Azerbaijan keeps forcing Armenians away from their homes and villages in Artsakh. So thank you again. God bless you, and God bless the city of Burbank. Good evening. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Simonian, for joining us tonight. The city will recognize the Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day by lighting City Hall in the colors of the Armenian flag, red, blue, and orange, from April 23rd through April 24th. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Next is the presentation of a proclamation declaring April 10th through the 16th, 2022 as National Public Safety Telecommuters Week in the city of Burbank. Whereas in 1991, Congress enacted a formal proclamation signed by President Clinton designating the second full week of April as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week. And whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. And whereas public safety telecommuters are the first and most critical contact our community members have with emergency services. And whereas public safety telecommuters are the single vital link for our police officers by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, and ensuring their safety. And whereas public safety telecommuters are of the Burbank Police Department are an essential part of the city's public safety system and perform their job duties exhibiting compassion, professionalism, and dedication. Now I just say Talamantes, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim the week of April 10th through the 16th, 2022 as Public Safety Telecommuters Week in the City of Burbank. The Burbank City Council honors the men and women whose diligence and professionalism keep our city and citizens safe. Accepting the proclamation this evening is Burbank Police Captain J.J. Puglisi. Captain Puglisi is the commander of the Support Services Division, including the Police Communications Center. Captain, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, members of the council. I just want to express our gratitude for the formal recognition. We obviously appreciate the work that our telecommunicators do on a daily basis, but it's nice just to be able to formally recognize them here, to actually get some of them out of the station so that you can put a face to a voice that you often hear. So I have Communications Supervisor Brenda Perez with us, Communications Supervisor Amanda Gordon, and one of the newest additions to our Communications Center, Communications Operator Trainee Kelly Haskell. These are the folks that are truly the unsung heroes. Every time you pick up the phone and call, they have a huge weight on their shoulders because they not only have responsibility for the safety of our citizens and visitors in Burbank, but also the safety of the first responders who they're sending out to the calls as well. So we're truly grateful. I'll invite any of them up if they'd like to say anything. But
Yes, come on up.
I think they do enough talking all night long that they're good. But thank you so much. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you for. City Manager Hess, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do not have anything to report for tonight.
We have two presentations this evening. The first presentation is a legislative update from Assemblymember Laura Friedman. Assemblymember Laura Friedman was elected to the California State Assembly in November 2016 to represent the 43rd Assembly District, which includes the cities of Burbank, Glendale, and La Cañada-French, as well as the communities of La Crescenta and Montrose, in the Los Angeles neighborhoods of Edgewater Village, Beechwood Canyon, Los Feliz, East Hollywood, Franklin Hills, and Silver Lake. Assembly District 43 has a total population of 473,000 residents. Assemblymember Friedman is a strong advocate for the environment, sustainable communities, and active transportation in 2020. In 2020, she was appointed to serve as a chair for the Assembly Committee on Transportation. She also serves as a member of the Assembly Committees on Arts, Entertainment, Sports, Tourism, and Internet Media, Natural Resources, and Water, Parks, and Wildlife. Assemblymember Friedman, welcome.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
It's wonderful to see you all. Thank you so much for inviting me to join you tonight. It's always a pleasure to join the Burbank City Council. I am currently, as you said, the chair of the Transportation Committee, and I'm also a member of the Budget Committee, the Budget Subcommittee number 3, which is the committee that deals with transportation and natural resources. As you said, the Natural Resources Committee, and that the Arts Committee is one committee. I know it sounds like it's an Arts Committee and an Entertainment Committee and a Sports Committee. They're all one giant committee. That's very germane to our area because they see all the issues having to do with media. And you are the media city. So I'm very happy to be able to represent you on that particular committee. And I am very happy to have the opportunity to come and join you to talk about some of the legislation that I've put forward this year and to give you a quick update on what I'm doing in terms of the budget for this particular calendar year. So I'm just going to jump right in and go through some of the legislation, talk a little bit about what I've been asking for out of this year's budget, and then turn it over to see if you have any questions or anything to say to me. And I want to send a special hello also to the public that's watching. Thanks so much for your engagement, for making the city great by being civically involved. So my first bill I was going to talk about is AB 2024, which comes out of my experience and so many other people's experience with breast cancer. Hopefully people know by now that mammograms are covered by insurance and the copay is very low and reasonable because we want to encourage women to get mammograms as appropriate by what they're told by their medical provider. But for many women, mammograms are not definitive when it comes to screening. If you have a very dense tissue, for instance, or if the doctor sees something that they think they need to look at more closely with a more advanced kind of screening, like an MRI, there's no regulation by law as to what the billing for that particular advanced screening could be. And we've seen those MRIs billed out anywhere from $200 up to $3,000, sometimes even higher. And in a time when a lot of women are scared anyway, because having a potential breast cancer diagnosis is very frightening, the last thing you want to do is put women in a position of having to decide between doing that screening that could save their life or paying their rent. So what this bill would do is it would cap by law the amount of money that advanced screening would cost. And as long as your medical provider, your doctor says that screening is necessary, it would be something that would be within the realm of the same kind of cost as a mammogram. And, this is to try to ensure that women do get that advanced screening when they need it. And by the way, it's cost effective because paying for treatment for advanced breast cancer is much more expensive than paying for treatment for early breast cancer. And of course, the disease is much more curable when it's caught early. AB 1933 would provide a property tax welfare exemption, it's called, to nonprofit home builders who construct owner-occupied homes for low and moderate income families who are first-time home buyers. So when I was on the Glendale City Council, we did a project called Duran Gardens, which was a low and moderate income housing development for sale, not for rent. So it was a way that low income and moderate income working people could buy a house in Glendale, build equity, have the security of being homeowners, develop deep roots in the community, and something that was very positive for the whole community. And I was very proud to be a part of it. But it's very hard for developers to build that kind of housing, as all of you know. So this bill, we've been working with Habitat for Humanity and the builder of Duran Gardens, Heritage Housing Partners, on a way to help developers, nonprofit developers, build housing that is for sale properties for low-income individuals. So that's AB 1933. AB 2336 implements policy recommendations from the California Transportation Agency from the Zero Traffic Fatality Task Force, which was a program that I set up 3 years ago. That was the instigator for the bill AB 43 that you all supported, that gives you more tools to lower speed limits and cap speed limits. This is the next part of their recommendation, which would be allowing a pilot program to test the use of automated cameras to enforce speed limits. So this is a bill that was designed to try to avoid all the mistakes of the old failed red light camera program. It's not a punitive program. You have to be going at least 11 miles an hour over the speeding limit to get a ticket from one of these cameras. We would have to notify the public before they come into a zone where the cameras are used. And rather than being hundreds and hundreds of dollars like speeding tickets are if you get them from an officer, these tickets would be for the first 60 days a warning. And then after that, a $50 ticket with an escalator for egregious speed. Now, Burbank is not one of the pilot cities, but Glendale would be, and so would Los Angeles. So it's something that I think is very important. AB 2026 would phase out single-use plastic material that's used in e-commerce. So if you're like me and you get annoyed when you get a box from Amazon or another online shipper and it's filled with plastic that, by the way, is not recyclable, and that's going to cause everybody's trash rates to go up, that's filling up our landfills, and that's totally unnecessary most of the time. Because there's much better sustainable packaging material available. This would phase out the use of that non-recyclable plastic material and instead push the market to create even more sustainable packaging materials, which, by the way, are available right now in the marketplace. AB 2771 would protect Californians from an unnecessary exposure to PFAS chemicals, which are cancer-causing chemicals that are a huge problem in our water supply and elsewhere, and which, by the way, are added to personal care products like lipstick and skin cream and makeup. This would phase their use in those products out so that if you bought makeup here in California or skin cream, you would know that it wasn't filled with cancer-causing PFASs. AB 2334 would improve safety for people and wildlife by enhancing wildlife connectivities across California's highway systems. Far too often, our big cats, our mountain lions, and our deers are killed on our highways trying to migrate from one area to the next. There's a very large wildlife crossing that's going to be installed in the West Valley across the 101, which has been the site of several big cat deaths. And by the way, collisions that have cost lives for human beings because of people hitting deers with cars. This would utilize federal money that's now available and also make sure that Caltrans evaluates our most dangerous and most heavily traveled wildlife crossings for overpasses and underpasses to help protect our wildlife and our humans both. AB 2189 builds on what I've done for foster youth over the years by making sure that we have more resources for foster youth housing as they emancipate out of the system. As you know, foster youth are some of our most disadvantaged and some of our most vulnerable community members. And they're really, young people that just have the deck stacked against them and they're so traumatized. And so many of them end up homeless and in prison after they emancipate out of our care, our being the state's care. This would expand opportunities for them to move into permanent rental properties and also allow them to stay in their stable placements if the family is willing to keep them there. Let's see, I have a few more bills and I know I'm running out of time. So just make hand gestures at me if I'm going on too long. Maybe what I'll do is just...
You know what? We don't have you here very often, so take your time.
Oh, you're very, very sweet. Thank you. So let me just go through a few more. AB 2746 will reduce racial and wealth-based disparities in enforcement of minor traffic laws, while also maintaining road safety by eliminating license suspensions based only on failure to appear in court, and make the first two offenses of driving without a license just infractions. Now, this would not count for someone who has their license taken away because of a DUI or a serious traffic violation. This is just people who fail to show up in court to pay a traffic fine and then get their license suspended and end up losing their car, losing their job, and having it really snowball. AB 2610 creates a grant program under the Wildlife Conservation Board to support ecologically sensitive vegetation management projects to mitigate fire risk. Now, this has to do with what we're trying to do to reduce fire risk in our hillsides and other vulnerable areas in our city and elsewhere, to say that when you do that work, we need to make sure we do it to also provide habitat, to restore our native ecology, to do our wildlife mitigation in a way that's sensitive to our ecology and not just try to take something that works, let's say in Northern California, and use it here, because restoring our natural ecosystem also helps reduce wildfire risk. So it's something that I've been working with the Native Plant Society, the Chaparral Society, and lots of other environmental groups on, and in conjunction with CAL FIRE. Lastly, AB 452 is a bill that's had a lot of interest from the students here in our own district, from Burroughs High School and others who have been helping to support this bill. This is a bill that would require that when schools send out information to parents, as they do every year, they also notify them about the obligation to safely store any firearms that you have at home, which means if you have firearms in the presence of children, they must be locked and kept away from young people. Shockingly, almost every week in this country, a young person, a child, is killed because they find their parents' handgun and play with it. Not only that, but young people, when they commit suicide, most of the time they commit suicide by using a firearm that they find unsecured from their own parents or a close family member. And some of the atrocities that have happened here in California in our schools happen because high school students were able to get their hands on a weapon that was kept in the home. Now, that's illegal under California law. Those weapons are supposed to be kept locked away, but a lot of parents don't know that. This bill would notify parents of their legal obligations and also for the reasons that we have this law and how important it is to not just think that your child is not going to get their hands on a gun because you keep it in a shoebox at the top of a closet, or to think that your child's not a child that's going to use that gun even though they know where it is and it's unlocked. So it's something that's had bipartisan support. Like I said, children across the state, young people and high school students are helping us with this bill, and it's something that I'm very excited to get done. Now, we're in the middle of budget hearings on the governor's budget proposal, and in a few weeks, we're going to have the updated revenue numbers and the governor's May revision, and we'll know what we're dealing with in terms of our budget for this year. I can tell you that we're going to have less of a surplus this year because of something called the GAN limit that's been triggered, and we are still trying to ascertain how much discretionary money we're going to have. But I've been working with a coalition of San Fernando Valley Assembly members and senators to push to secure $200 million for the completion of the LA River Bike Path through the through the San Fernando Valley. And what this would do is it would create for the first time a completely protected bike path all the way through the San Fernando Valley, going from Canoga Park right to the edge of Burbank to connect with Burbank's bike path. That would then allow people who are on bicycle to be completely out of the road and on a protected bike path that they can take all the way to downtown LA, and in fact, all the way eventually to Long Beach if they, got the chops to do it. And it would act as a spine for active transportation throughout the valley that we could then build off of through the other tributaries along the LA River and through the Chandler Bike Path, for instance, where it would hook up with Chandler Bike Path, and it would create the beginnings of what's really a robust bicycle and pedestrian network through the San Fernando Valley. It's a tremendously important project, extremely exciting. There's already a lot of money committed from the city of Los Angeles, from LA DOT, and this $200 million would help close the gap that they have left in their funding so they could get the bike path done. And I'm going to be working to secure funding for several district-specific projects, and I want to thank you and the city staff for sharing your recommendations, and we're going to try to bring as many resources as we can right here into Burbank and right into the San Fernando Valley. And with that, I will stop for now and see what questions or comments you have for me tonight. And again, it's a pleasure to work with you, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, all of the council members. You are a pleasure to be in partnership with, and I am really looking forward to working with you this year.
Well, we appreciate your dedication and your commitment to the city of Burbank. Obviously, you represent a lot of other cities, but you've always been very committed to the city of Burbank, and we appreciate that. Council members, any questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Springer.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you very much for your commitment and advocating for Burbank. And I thank you for the legislation on breast cancer screening, having lost friends due to breast cancer. And I have a question about the funding for active transportation and the bike. Just today, I had a conversation with somebody, and traffic calming is a huge issue in Burbank and maybe all over Southern California and California. And we have an adopted complete street plan. Do you think there's funding for some of those projects that would result in traffic calming and enhance the safety of active transportation?
Thank you, and it's a great question, and I appreciate all of your advocacy for active transportation in Burbank and for transit in Burbank. So I know you've been, a very strong advocate for all of that. So we did negotiate with the governor, and it looks like there's going to be approximately $750 million in the budget for active transportation. Now, one of the bills that I didn't mention tonight, which is one of my priority bills, would have all of our transportation projects reevaluated for their alignment with our climate goals in California. So what it would do is look at reprioritizing transportation funding to projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled. And what the result of that would be is that within the balancing of where money flows to various projects like active transportation projects, which clearly reduce vehicle miles traveled and help with emissions, would get a much higher score in that scheme, a much better chance of getting funding than, say, a highway widening. So the way that we fund projects is complicated outside of what's already dedicated for active transportation. But believe me, as chair of transportation, this has been a huge mission of mine, which is to try to get as much money going towards transit, mass transit, and active transportation as I possibly can. And I have 2 bills right now moving through the legislature that are really laser focused on doing exactly that. So besides the negotiations that I'm a part of, as part of the Budget Subcommittee 3, have my role as transportation chair, where I do get to negotiate head to head with the governor's team on transportation spending. I also have 2 pieces of legislation that are all about doing exactly what you just said.
Great, thank you. And another topic of conversation is inflation today. It's at 8.5%, in our country. And so there are people who, how do we help people without driving inflation?
Well, I think that the inflation rates are much more a product of what's happening with policy at the federal level than they are at the state or the local level. But I do think that it's important that we find ways to support people that are struggling. And one of the things that you will see in this year's budget, because the GAN limit was triggered and because we know that people are struggling, is you will see money coming back in terms of rebates to the general public. I don't know how much that's going to be, but I know the governor has floated an idea that's connected to the number of cars people have. I'm not a big fan of that idea. I think that we should be giving people money based on need, regardless of how many cars you have. I think that the high price of gas, for instance, really hits everybody because you see those prices reflected in the grocery store. You see it reflected in all kinds of pricing. And even people that have one car or people that are taking the bus, for instance, are being hit, like you say, with inflation. So I would like to see money going towards people that need it. We're talking about a renter's credit. We're talking about, direct payments to citizens out of the general fund. So that's all being discussed right now. So I agree that inflation is definitely putting pressure on people, and we have to give people relief and to where it's meaningful. And this is an unequal burden. I mean, there are certainly people that are doing extremely well in this economy, and we're seeing people at the upper end of the income strata actually doing better. And during COVID, there were people who, saw their own financial situations improve considerably, while other people were really struggling to make ends meet. So it's been an unequal recovery, and it was an unequal pandemic in many ways. So I would like to see whatever relief there is really targeted at, working middle-class people and people at the lower end, of the economic spectrum as well. And that's just my personal feeling about that. I don't see why I would give someone who owns 2 Teslas, a $400 rebate. I don't know that helps anybody necessarily. I think there's much better ways of helping people. And I think we need to explore, what that looks like. Certainly helping people with housing costs right now and helping bring down the cost of housing is something that's very important. Trying to find a way to give people, we expanded this year and last year, we expanded the subsidies under Covered California so that more people could afford their health care because too many people were saying that they couldn't afford even health care through Covered California. So we expanded the subsidies so that more middle-class people will get more subsidies through Covered California and can afford to insure their families. That's also something that's extremely important and puts real pressure on working people, here in Burbank.
And also, you caused me to think about about utilities, and that's an important consideration also, because I know that that MWD is substantially raising their rates for us, and with so your consideration on all of that is very helpful.
Yeah. So you are an MWD member agency. So it's not MWD doing something to you. It's you as part of MWD doing it to yourselves. Let's be clear about this. You are, all voting members at the Met, and I agree. All of these necessities of life are getting more expensive, and Met is struggling with trying to deliver water in what's becoming an increasingly worse drought situation with really no end in sight. And they're trying to make investments, as you know, in reclaimed water systems and in sustainable water so that we're not dependent on imported foreign water. And that costs money. And hopefully in the long run, it will help keep the cost of water more stable and give us a more reliable source of water as we move to potable reuse, where we're reusing water over and over again. That's drinking water, where we're capturing more water and using it, not seeing so much water running down the LA River to the ocean every year, which is a huge source of frustration for residents. I hear it all the time. And those projects to utilize all of that water, it's expensive. So I've made an ask along with Met for $100 million in the budget this year to help support Met, to help bring those rates down. So I completely agree with you. And I'm doing what I can to try to move state general fund resources into that and into Met so that we can help offset those rising costs. And so I would absolutely recommend that you lend your voice as a member agency and as a city to back that up. and maybe even write a letter to the governor and say, yes, we would like to see this LA caucus request of money for Met made real in the state budget. We could certainly use your support in elevating that to the governor's office as well.
Okay, thank you. And also energy, as we move as aggressively as possible to renewable energy, we can use help with that.
Yeah, I'm doing a bill right now, actually, that you guys may want to take a look at that would allow you to do the same kind of clean energy net metering that public utilities are allowed to do, which is help incentivize rooftop solar through giving, allowing for net energy metering in your city. Right now, you're limited by law as to what you can offer, and this would also give incentives from the state to your residents who want to do that, and that would help do a lot more solar rooftop solar adoption, and also other types of alternative clean energy adoption right in Burbank. Right now, the munis like Burbank are not allowed to do that. So this is a bill that would free you up to use those tools if you so chose to, and would also offer possibly state incentives for you and your residents to adopt more clean energy, sort of off the grid clean energy programs. And I highly recommend that you take a look at the legislation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Talamantes. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Frutos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much, Assemblymember, for being with us, and thank you for your time. And I want to let the public know that she's got me in check on my cell phone, so many times the Assemblymember and I do talk on cell phones in between meetings and stuff, but I do appreciate your time. Thank you, ma'am.
Always.
My question is there any funding from the state that could support the city of Burbank in funding a new open space? Since we're adding much more housing, is there any funding that the city can apply for to create a new park, a new open area for its resident? Is there any money in the future?
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great question. There are certainly, there was a park bond just a few years ago. And so there is money available within the park bond for open space projects. It's a grant project. I mean, it's a grant process. It's a competitive grant process. So like you would compete against other cities, other municipalities who are applying. So there certainly is money that's available through various sources, including the park bond. And you would have to sort of fill out an application, and it is a competitive grant, as many of the state funding programs are competitive grant programs.
Oh, cool. And then my last question is, what are your thoughts about the governor's homeless plan idea as far as empowering, locals, law enforcement to take a chronic homeless individual with mental problems that now is, trying to find the balance between public safety, neighborhood safety, kids going to school, and allowing local governments the authority to place them not in jail, but in a mental institution to force them to house and, try to help them. What are your
thank
thoughts
you
with
for the
that?
question, and it's a really important question. So the governor, the legislation that you're referring to, which is called CalCourt, I believe, just went into print a few days ago. So as some of you know, for the past few years, I have done a bill in conjunction with our supervisor, Catherine Barger, that would actually do just this. It was a very narrow bill, very limited in its scope, but it was starting the conversation to do exactly that. And what my bill would have allowed was that people who a judge determined, number one, are severely mentally ill, so severely mentally ill that they're not capable of making health decisions for themselves. And number two, obviously we're homeless. And then number two, also had an underlying health comorbidity, like untreated diabetes or untreated heart disease, that was so severe that it would cost them their life within a year. And in that situation, that under our bill, a judge would have been allowed to remand those individuals to a medical conservatorship where they would be put into treatment, removed from the streets and put into treatment. Now, this was a very controversial bill. This is one where Vice Mayor Anthony and I disagreed because he, opposed the bill, which I understand. He has, legitimate concerns. But I feel very strongly that it's not humane to watch people die on the streets who are so mentally ill that you couldn't say that they really have a choice in what they're doing. And when we presented the bill, it was so sad. We had a young couple who sat at the table with me and testified about the bill, who had a son who was 21 years old, had, in the throes of schizophrenia, which presents often, at late adolescence. I mean, I had a family member that had this happen too. When he turned 19, he, went from being a normal college student to someone who, was diagnosed with schizophrenia. And it was a really, really difficult several years. And this is what was happening to their son. He didn't know who his parents were anymore. He was living on the streets. He was eating out of garbage pails. He was a paranoid schizophrenic, constantly in fear. He thought he was, being attacked by aliens. And they wanted to take him into their home. They wanted to help him. This was not something where the state would have to have care for him. They wanted to care for him. But because he was an adult, they could not take him into their home against his will. And he ended up dying within 6 months of being on the street. They came and testified to us that a bill like ours would have allowed them to go to court to get legal custody and conservatorship over their child, their only child. And they felt that they would have been able to save his life. At least they could have tried. Right now, that wasn't possible by law. So I feel very strongly that this should happen. And I think that I'm actually a principal co-author of the CalCare bill, because the author that was announced, Susan Eggman, she and I were joint authors of the new version of this exact same bill. So I have to give her a call that I just saw that they put the CalCare into print. And it might be the bill that I'm working on with her. So I'm going to find that out. But yes, I agree. I think that we have to be careful about how we do this. I think that there are certainly personal liberty issues that we need to talk about, but I do think that there is a place for these conservatorships. We don't have the capacity right now. We have to build out our capacity to do the kind of mental health treatment that we need. And that means investing in that treatment, but it's something that we have to do. That the amount of mentally ill, homeless individuals that we see is really just kind of outrageous and out of control. And, I'll tell you, a lot of those people are coming out of prison, because for years, our prisons have been the de facto mental hospitals, ever since we closed the mental hospitals in California. And that doesn't help anybody. It makes the prison environment more dangerous for the guards and everyone else. It certainly doesn't help the individuals who need treatment. They're not getting treatment in prison. And when they come out, they're worse off than when they went in. So, it's an awful situation that we have now, and we certainly can do a lot better.
Well, I'm in support of you moving this forward, because of being a police officer. I have been in situations where the right thing to do is to put this person in a house to be followed up. But I think it's time that we have that type of authority. So if you need my support, or, for me to testify up in Sacramento to support your position as a police officer, I'm very committed. But I think we need that for some of the issues that we're faced with on a day in and day out basis, to help families, and most important, help the mentally challenged that needs help to help themselves. So I definitely am supportive of it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. Assembly member, thank you so much for being here today. Appreciate the update. And I just wanted to give a shout out to your staff. I've been working with them very closely, trying to get some help for a couple of tenants here in Burbank. And Burbank staff is terrific, but I got to say, Alondra with your office has been a real lifesaver. So just wanted to make sure that you had that feedback. She's been a great addition to the team. So Councilmember Frutos, Councilmember Springer asked most of the questions I had written down, but I did want to ask about one bill. So Assembly Bill 2026, and if I'm remembering correctly, this is the one that has to do with the single-use plastics for a lot of our delivery services. So to me, it seems like a game changer. I get boxes delivered all the time, and just the thought of that taking up space in our landfill is really devastating. And I think here in Burbank, it's particularly impactful because we are home to a last mile Amazon delivery station. My only question for you is just kind of zooming out for a minute. What are you hearing in Sacramento? Is there a lot of organized opposition to the bill? What do you think the prospects of passage are? And is there anything more that we as a city can do to support you? Because I feel very strongly this will go a very long way to supporting our city goal of promoting sustainable practices.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And this bill is a second year. This is the second time I've introduced it. Last year, the bill very narrowly failed on the floor of the Assembly. It's the only time I've ever had a bill fail. It failed by I think 2 votes. So we came really, really close. So we heard concerns from several members, and we've been taking amendments and narrowing the scope of the bill based on those concerns. So one of the things that we did, for instance, was exempt perishable food. Not that there's a lot of food that's shipped through the mail. And remember, this is shipped material. So this is not something that's sent from the supermarket directly to your house in a cold truck or from a delivery service. This has to be shipped through a common carrier like the U.S. Mail or UPS. So there's very little perishable food that's sent. I mean, unless you're buying lobsters or Omaha steaks. But there was a concern about that, so we exempted those products. We're talking to some of the manufacturers of particularly delicate items like television sets about, what's the timetable that really makes sense for them? And by the way, Samsung ships a whole line of their television sets in a kind of molded corrugated cardboard that is allowable under the bill. So the industry itself is already trying to shift to more sustainable packaging, and they've demonstrated that it can be done. But we are talking to industry because this bill is not meant to be a statement of values. I mean, it is a statement of values, but that's not what it's about. This bill is about actually having a more sustainable policy and a policy that the rest of the country can follow. So we want to make sure that it's workable. We don't want broken stuff coming in the mail either. So we're talking to industry about what they actually can do now, what they can do in 2 years, what they can do in 4 years, and we're taking amendments based on their feedback. So for instance, the bill bans padded plastic envelopes because they're not recyclable, but we are taking an amendment to allow a film on a television set on the screen so it doesn't get scratched. So we're sort of allowing for limited things where the industry comes in and they make an argument for it. We've talked extensively to Amazon. They've been a good partner in this process. They hear it from their own customers that their customers don't like all of the material that comes in the mail. So they're trying to reduce their packaging material as well. So we're talking to them. We're talking to some of the incredible innovative companies right here in Los Angeles that are at Lacey, for instance, which is one of the incubators in downtown LA that are developing sustainable packaging material. There are plastic alternatives made out of mushrooms and cornstarch. And I know it sounds crazy, but these are things that they are scaling up now that work. I used to ship glass around the world, and I used to use cornstarch-made packing peanuts. And as long as you don't keep them for months and months at a time, because they start to get a little hard after a while, they work perfectly well, and they're completely sustainable. So there are alternatives out there, but we need to make that big, bold statement because industry is just way too slow to adopt this on their own. Once we do it, they will shift. And then the companies like Staples that are selling this material over the counter to you and me will just start putting it on the shelves because it's what's more commonly available. Now, the bill exempts out eBay sellers, small eBay sellers, Etsy sellers. So those of you who are, selling whatever you're selling, your pottery in your garage, don't worry. It doesn't affect you unless you're doing over $1 million a year in retail sales. This is aimed at large online shippers, just to be clear. And we are in extensive conversation with industry because we want this to be workable. So it's not going to be easy, but I think we're going to get there this year. And certainly this has gotten huge support from cities because if there's one, Councilmember Springer was talking about rates going up for your ratepayers and your constituents. One of the big jumps that everybody is paying is their trash collection fees. And a big reason for that is because our landfills are literally filling up and the packing material it's become such a huge part of the waste stream. And to repeat, all that polystyrene, that styrofoam, all that plastic film, none of that is recyclable. That all goes directly to our landfills. And there's so much of it. I mean, it's gone up like 80% in the last few years. It's just tons and tons. And by the way, it goes to landfill when we're lucky. If we're unlucky, it ends up in the ocean, killing off our large marine wildlife. Our whales and our dolphins are choking to death on plastic that comes out of this stuff. So this is a scourge, and we need to do more to stop it. And I'm hopeful, given the support we've had from every Girl Scout troop, from cities across the state, that we can get this over the finish line.
I really appreciate that, and I'm going to echo my colleague here. If there's anything that we can do, that I can do, I'm happy to help you push on this, because I really think it's important locally, and it's certainly importantly on a broader global scale. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more comments, questions? Vice Mayor Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank you for coming on. I know you've answered a bunch of questions already. I appreciate all the work you're doing in Sacramento.
I appreciate you, Vice Mayor. You've been a great partner, and I appreciate the perspective that you bring to the Burbank Council as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for being here with us tonight and sharing all your, you've got a plate full of assembly bills. I hope you succeed in all of them.
Thank you.
And it's
well,
like,
thanks
like
again for your partnership. Coming here, it's kind of like coming home. So thank you, and for you and for anyone listening, if there's anything we can do to help in our office, feel free to reach out. We are here to help with EDD, with any issue that you're having with any of the state programs. Both for you, your staff, and certainly for the residents that are watching. Please don't hesitate to reach out to us. We are here to help.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the community,
Thank you.
we thank your engagement with our community.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a great night, everybody.
Likewise. Take care. Next is the presentation of the launch of the 2022 Citywide Community Opinion Survey. I welcome Mr. Jonathan Jones, Public Information Specialist, who will introduce the next presenter.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Jonathan Jones, Public Information Specialist with the Public Information Office. Tonight's presentation is about the launch of the 2022 Citywide Community Opinion Survey. The last time the city conducted a community survey was in 2010, preceded by a survey in 2001. With more than a decade having passed, it's time to reassess community opinion and satisfaction with city services, measure impressions and priorities around issues facing the city, such as housing and homelessness, and better understand perceptions that influence the quality of life, such as public safety, the economy, and the sense of community. The research would then be used to inform priorities and assist with city decision-making. The 2022 survey will be conducted by FM3 Research, a California-based company that has been performing public policy-oriented opinion research since 1981. FM3 is no stranger to Burbank, having conducted surveys for both Measure P, which received 61.79% votes in favor, and Measure T, which received 81.1% votes in favor. Now, I'd like to introduce you to one of the firm's partners, Dr. Richard Bernard, who has been with FM3 for close to 20 years and will personally be leading the 2022 survey. His municipal research is focused on resident satisfaction, budget and general plan priorities, and strategic planning. Some of his previous clients include Alhambra, Duarte, Fresno, La Cañada Flint Ridge, Long Beach, Montebello, Monterey Park, Pasadena, San Gabriel, and Whittier, among many others. Dr. Bernard is one of California's foremost public opinion researchers, and he will be providing you with tonight's presentation. Thank you.
Welcome,
Thank you
Dr.
very much.
Bernard. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and remaining council members and city staff. I want to thank you for inviting me to give you a sense of a little bit about my firm. If we can go to the second slide, please. Thanks. So as Jonathan mentioned, the firm began in 1981. Our focus is conducting public opinion research and providing strategic advice for hundreds of projects each year. Disproportionately are government agencies, particularly cities. Our firm is made up of 24 employees located both in Los Angeles and in Oakland. I'm located in Los Angeles, just a short drive away to the city of Burbank. We also include a data processing and graphics team so that we can turn around results very quickly. And in a typical year, we complete about 300 surveys and about 160 focus groups online and hopefully soon in person. Next slide, please. I wanted to give you a sense of some of the communities that we've conducted satisfaction surveys and resident budget and priority surveys, and you can see the list in front of you. I would be remiss if I didn't mention we have also done work for the city of Glendale, among others, but this kind of gives you a sense of many of our LA County clients, as well as some of the other folks that we've worked for. Next slide, please. So a little bit about myself. This is my second career. I used to be a university professor. I've been at the firm since 2002. And I've conducted scores of resident satisfaction survey, budget priorities, and policy analyses for various cities, counties, special districts. You'll see in front of you a list of a couple of my clients. I've also was the lead on the City of Burbank's research that Jonathan alluded to, with special emphasis on the 3/4 cent sales tax, which I'll be talking about shortly. And I will be joined in this project with my colleague Lara. She's a senior researcher here, and she brings not only the fact she brings government agency experience, because she actually used to be employed at the City of Glendale, but she also brings a cultural sensitivity, being a Spanish, her mother tongue is Spanish, and so she'll make sure that we are culturally sensitive to very important community members in Burbank. Next slide, please. And I wanted to speak directly to the work we did for your city, specifically as it related to the sales tax. On the left-hand side were our results of the final survey in June of 2018, before the council deliberated to determine whether they'd place something on the ballot. On the survey, in the last question we asked, after simulating outreach and some opposition statements, the support for the measure was 60% yes, 33% no, and 7% undecided. And we had a margin of error plus or minus 4.4. On election day, the final results, as many of you may remember, was 61.79. We were very, very close and within the margin of error, demonstrating that we really do have the ability to measure the attitudes of your residents. There's no better test than looking at the election after our survey to show the comparison of our work. Next slide, please. So for this particular project, our charge is to assess City of Burbank residents' awareness of and satisfaction with city government, services, policies, and communication efforts. And specifically, we intend to look at gauge the opinions of residents on Burbank as a place to live, examine satisfaction with various city services and programs. We'll itemize them pretty extensively, so you'll have a full list. We'll assess opinions on issues and policies related to public safety, housing, and homelessness, which I know are among the important issues for the council as they deliberate over time. And we're going to identify sources of information used by Burbank residents so that the city can best communicate with their residents as to activities going on in the city and also policy. And of course, we'll collect some demographic information such as gender, age, race, and ethnicity, as well as we'll know the location of the respondents, so we'll be able to give you some geographic results to all of the questions that we've posed. Next slide, please. In terms of methodology, we proposed to do a dual mode survey, which was the type of method we used on the surveys that I referred to for the sales tax, where people will randomly be selected to answer either online or on telephone. And of course, we will be surveying both cell and landlines. Disproportionately now, people are responding on cell phones. We will contact respondents by email and telephone. And in this case, the first time in Burbank, we will also be contacting folks by text because there are certain demographics that will respond to text, but they may not email or telephone. And then we anticipate that the survey will be approximately 20 minutes to complete on the phone, allowing for approximately 50 to 60 unique questions, including batteries. And we are targeting for 500 random interviews of Burbank voters. And the survey, of course, would be available in English, Spanish, and Armenian. And like the surveys we did for the sales tax, the margin of error would be plus or minus 4.4%. And then finally, you'll see on the final slide a project. Next slide, please. You'll see a project timeline, sort of our proposed timeline. Now, it varies from city to city in terms of how long a survey will take, but this is our sort of standard kind of approach with a kickoff meeting starting in week 1, interviews occurring in weeks 2, 3, and completing in week 5, 4 and 5, if we need that long, though we may not. I suspect we won't. And then at worst, we'll have a PowerPoint draft presentation that will be available to city staff and, of course, to council members no later than week 7, but I suspect earlier than that. And with that, the last slide is just a title slide. So I would be happy to answer any questions you may have. And thank you for your attention.
Dr. Bernard, thank you very much for your presentation. Colleagues, do you have any questions of the doctor? Okay, seeing none, Doctor, thank you very much, and we look forward to the results in a couple months.
My pleasure. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Good night.
Now is the time for general public comment. Members of the public may address the council for up to 3 minutes on any matter concerning city business and or any agenda items. Remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer and take your phone off speaker when you deliver public comment. To participate, please call 818-238-3335. Once again, that's 818-238-3335. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers online?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do, and we're ready to go.
Thank you.
Our first caller is Anto Georgiafian.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Talamantes, and council members. My name is Anto Georgiafian. I am the chair of the Burbank Armenian Cultural Foundation and the Burbank Youth Center. I'm calling to thank you, the council, for adopting the Armenian Genocide Proclamation today. It may seem a symbolic gesture on the part of the city, but it goes a long way as a part of our duty in the civilized world to reaffirm our commitment to justice and to condemn crimes against humanity. It is a credit to the council and our city that you take such righteous stance, not only as you did today, but also as you did in 2020, when you condemned the aggression by Azerbaijan and Turkey against Artsakh and its civilian population. I believe that had the world followed your leadership and punished the crimes that were committed during that war, we would have been in a better place today. The world would not have seen a country act wantonly against its neighbor. Unfortunately, the world missed that opportunity, and we are where we are. Nevertheless, I am very proud of you. I am very proud of our city for standing on the right side of history. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next caller.
The next caller is George Bennett.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. I'm George Bennett, a 35-year Burbank resident, and I'm calling to oppose the absurd proposal by Comrade Anthony to have the city buy the Circle K stable in the Rancho. The city will never approve an action of eminent domain on the site. Yet, over the weekend, at a make-believe rally hosted by Comrade Anthony, the people clapped for the absolute lie by Anthony that the city will commence with eminent domain on the property. The city's facing annual deficits of many millions of dollars over the next 5 years. Why would it be buying a horse stable that it cannot afford? Burbank has a 5-year unfunded liability of hundreds of millions of dollars for badly needed capital and infrastructure needs. That's the priority, not a horse stable. And what about all the other Burbank neighborhoods that will inevitably request to get similar treatment as the Rancho? I mean, why not buy the Pickwick Center? Where exactly does the city draw the line? I'm directing this to Comrade Anthony. You've been elected to the Burbank City Council. Thanks solely to Mr. Talamantes, your loyal lackey, you are now the vice mayor, and maybe the mayor next year. I attended your so-called rally over the weekend and watched good people cheer and clap in response to your lies while you flippantly tossed around eminent domain as, in your words, a likely option moving forward. You suggested a totally false timeline with no idea if eminent domain would even be allowed legally. It's not an option. You're totally unprepared in talking about things about which you know nothing. You're the vice mayor of Burbank, and you are lying to the good people of the Rancho while leading them into a brick wall. To the remaining members of council, please, please vote 4-1 to stop this foolish lie by Socialist Comrade Anthony. By doing so, you're helping the Rancho residents to face reality while protecting the council from being complicit in the ignorance and lies of Mr. Anthony. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Next speaker. Speaker.
The next caller is Zachary Frank.
Good evening, City Council. You guys able to hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
All right, thank you very much. So I wanted to call in regards to the votes of financing the military equipment for Burbank Police Department. I would like to encourage the entire City Council to vote against continuing to finance these. We've seen the other police departments in the county, especially the LAPD and the Sheriff's Department, taking their militarization to an absurd degree, using the, quote, less than lethal rounds on protesters improperly. They have been seen over the past few years gassing civilians and firing their rounds improperly directly at the bodies and faces, which is against the regulations of those munitions. And I personally have not felt safe and do not like seeing Burbank police becoming increasingly militarized and walking around our community in increasingly militarized gear in the past few years. And I feel that it's been proven, it has been proven statistically that precincts across the country that are given access to military gear will find any excuse they can to use it. I would rather the Burbank police to focus on community-based safety, using their words and de-escalation techniques rather than firearms, and utilizing the resources of the mental health professionals of the county, that program that y'all started a couple of years ago I'm a very big supportive of, rather than them having wartime weapons. Most importantly, the biggest danger to all Burbankers' health and safety right now is traffic accidents. And I'd much rather have the BPD focus on those rather than preparing for a war that is never going to come and eventually be directed at our citizens, as has been done by the LAPD and LASD. We don't need assault rifles and chemical munitions or Bearcats to ticket speeders, and I think that's where the BPD's focus should be. As a citizen of Burbank, I don't want to feel like I'm in an occupied war zone. We already spend a third of our city budget on the police, an amount that many believe is entirely too much, and historically wasn't even necessary until very recently. Cutting spending on unnecessary militarized equipment would be an easy place to begin cutting the budget to something much more reasonable. The one exception I will make is for drones, but only if there's an agreement that they stop using helicopters as much. In fact, sell one or two of them, because I'm getting tired of having my house getting buzzed every single night. Thank you guys very much and have a lovely evening.
Next speaker.
The next caller is Linda Besson.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Talamantes and council members. I'm calling in tonight to request the ability to call in. Tonight you are making a decision about whether to continue to allow access to public comment via phone call. Staff's memo regarding this decision discusses the cost of this access, the staffing involved, and looks at the situation from only staff's point of view. It does not assess the impact of this decision on the residents of this city. There's one aspect that is not mentioned in the memo, something that is so important and really the crux of this decision. By allowing as many residents as possible, through whatever means available, to participate in public comment, you are creating community. You are providing the entire city the chance to hear different points of view on a topic, to bring to the public the vigorous discussion that needs to happen on the decisions being considered, to allow the chance for people to change their minds or defend their positions. This dialogue, this back and forth between residents that benefits everyone, cannot happen with emails. It can only happen in the forum of public comment. If the communication is by email, then you are allowing only council to hear what people think and how they feel and blocking the chance for all of us to learn and discover. This access by phone call also allows all of us to hear what is happening in our city. We discover neighborhood concerns. We hear firsthand the personal impact on our neighbors of so many vital and sometimes urgent issues. We become aware of the problems, the solutions, and how we as residents can act to make our community a better place. We learn about Burbank, for the better and sometimes for the worse. Public comment is meant to provide a means for the entire city to engage in the governance of our city. It is the only means, an opportunity for all of us to hear and listen to the entire city. Please keep in mind that your community, our community, is deeply interested in making Burbank the best it can be. Don't silence voices that cannot attend meetings in person because of work, family, and all the different challenges we face. To force people to be limited to email communication is silencing their ability to reach all of us and to be part of the greater conversation and community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Melinda Amato.
Welcome.
Members of the council, thank you so much for your hard work to bring Metro dollars to Burbank and improve our public transportation options. I'm in full support of the proposed BRT project along Olive Avenue with a side running configuration. As a homeowner, parent, and environmental justice activist, I'm really excited about the side running configuration of this project that would bring very needed changes to Olive Avenue. I walk on Olive Avenue to take my toddler to the park and have been nearly hit by drivers too many times to count. This improvement would not only greatly improve travel times for people on the bus, thereby increasing ridership and decreasing the rate of pollution, but also create a more friendly environment for walking and biking, which would lead to an increase in visitors to local businesses. This opportunity allows Burbank to leverage Metro's investment to improve the community for all our local businesses, those who work here, and those who call Burbank home. These are the types of projects that increase my pride in the community I've chosen to buy a home in and raise my family in. These past few months, we've experienced several days with record high temperatures, something that will only get worse if we don't do everything in our power to slow the effects of climate change. Prioritizing non-car modes of transportation is imperative for improving the air we breathe and making it possible for us to live on the planet a little bit longer. Let's utilize this project to make a street safer, improve lives, bring businesses revenue, and help protect our environment. It's absolutely imperative that we continue allowing virtual comments. As a homeowner and a parent of a toddler with no local family members, I'm very invested in our community but have difficulty attending city council meetings in person, especially during the pandemic. Allowing remote comments allows a larger percentage of our neighbors to participate, whether they're homebound, primary caregivers, immunocompromised, or without reliable transportation. As we begin to figure out how to live our lives with an ongoing pandemic, we must keep the elements of inclusivity that we've added. We must do everything possible to engage our community in as inclusive a way as possible, and allowing remote comments is a big part of that. Let's keep working together to make Burbank an even better place for all of us who call it home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Rebecca Kalaskis.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Rebecca Kalaskis, and I'm calling to voice my full support of the North Hollywood to Pasadena BRT project with dedicated bus lanes along Olive Avenue. Of the two options presented by staff, I urge you to move forward with option 2, allowing the dedicated lanes to be constructed along Olive. The dedicated lanes must be included as part of the initial construction if this is to be a true bus rapid transit project and the full benefits to Burbank realized. The BRT project is a critical step in securing an equitable and sustainable future for Burbank. The project will help the city achieve its goals identified in its complete streets plan and greenhouse gas reduction plan. As the latest IPCC report highlights, the time to act on climate change is now, and prioritizing shifts to public transit is an essential component of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The BRT project with a dedicated bus lane along Olive would allow buses to operate efficiently while also improving the urban environment along the route, resulting in environmental, economic, and safety benefits for Burbank. I share staff's concerns regarding the poor connection between the BRT and Metrolink station and urge Council to continue to work with Metro to develop a design to place the station on the Olive Bridge. However, the rest of the project should not be held up while the solution is being identified. We are in desperate need of expanded, reliable transit options, and construction of this project cannot be delayed. Please support the BRT project with the dedicated bus lane and continue to work with Metro to provide pedestrian and bicycle safety improvements along the corridor. Burbank deserves reliable transit options and safer streets, and bringing BRT to Burbank is a critical step in the right direction. In regards to the public comment at City Council meetings, I implore City Council to keep the virtual call-in option. With 2 young children at home, it would be impossible for me to participate in person. Keeping an inclusive participation process is critical to ensuring a diversity of voices in our decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Sophie Keene.
Welcome.
Thank you. I was told today that you'd be discussing a motion to fund 12 additional weapons, military-grade weapons for the Burbank Police Department. Did I understand that correctly?
Well, there's an item on the agenda in regards to military weapons. Yes.
Yeah, I'd just like to voice my dissent with respect to that agenda item. I believe the items in particular are a SWAT robot, an aerial drone, a Bearcat armored vehicle, a mobile command post, breaching shotguns, patrol rifles, SWAT commando rifles, flashbangs, chemical agent delivery munitions, chemical agent aerosol devices, pepper ball kinetic energy weapons, and sponge foam liquid kinetic energy weapons. I'm literally shaking right now with disgust at the fact that the Burbank Police Department might find it necessary or behooves them in any way to have access to weaponry that looks more familiar on some kind of video game option list, or perhaps a Navy SEAL operations plan. I'm appalled and disgusted that I live in a place, Burbank, California, where this would even be discussed as a possibility. So I really urge everyone in this meeting tonight to oppose this option. This will not make us safer. This will only enable the kind of reckless policing that unfortunately we see happen in departments where these weapons are provided. It's well documented that these measures are not effective in the pursuit of public safety and the public good. I would be fascinated to know what kind of harm could possibly be deterred or rectified with. Just want to make sure I'm getting this right. With a mobile command post or a SWAT robot. So again, as a concerned citizen, Burbank resident, I voice my wholehearted dissent against this.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you for calling. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Ashley Ramsey.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members and staff. My name is Ashley Ramsey, and I have been a Burbank resident for almost 5 years now. I am calling in tonight to urge Council to vote to continue the option of calling in for public comment during City Council and board meetings. This has allowed more people to make their voices heard by expressing their needs and concerns, and it has allowed us to be civically engaged and active participants within our community. I do realize there are other ways of reaching out to Council if we're unable to attend meetings, but just from my personal experience, calling in seems to be the most effective way, and it ensures that Council members and staff will receive and hear our messages. Furthermore, it gives us the unique opportunity to actually hear what other community members are calling in about. On a personal note, I am often out of town due to work and cannot always attend meetings. And there are many things that I am passionate about, and I really appreciate that I can call in when I am physically unable to attend meetings. For our homebound citizens or for folks who may not be in a place mentally where they can attend meetings physically, this is an accessible option for those people. As a member of the Parks and Rec Board, I have had the privilege to hear from many of our community members during public comment. Many of these people are also parents, and the evenings can be a difficult time to schedule additional meetings. I really am personally so glad that our community members can still have the opportunity to express their concerns and their needs if they cannot physically make a meeting. It is such a beautiful thing that every citizen has equal opportunity to make their voices heard. So let's continue to make public comment equitable and accessible for all of our Burbank citizens. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you'll have a great evening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Corey Doctorow.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to speak to you. I wanted to speak to the agenda item in regards to whether we should have a budget to maintain surplus military equipment for Burbank Police Department. And as a Burbank homeowner and community volunteer and small business person, I do not support this. I would like to see that budget reallocated to socially productive uses like our schools, our libraries, and our social workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Xavier Kostalny.
Welcome.
Hi, I am a Burbank resident, and I have been for 7 years now, and I just want to say that I very strongly object to the Burbank Police or any department of Burbank having any sort of military equipment whatsoever, whether it is keeping them, maintaining them, buying them, or selling them. That is the extent of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Rebecca Quinn.
Hello.
Welcome. Welcome.
Hi. Yes, my comment is very quick. It's just that I saw Vice Mayor Constantine's tweet about the SWAT robot and the other number of military things that you have, and I'm very strongly against
Burbank Police having that.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is David Donahue.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and council members Frutos, Springer, and Schultz. My name is David Donahue, and this evening I was with a group of people outside City Hall, voicing our support of the mixed flow option for the Metro. This, as I understand, is the option one that I believe staff will present to the City Council regarding the BRT project. I think that this is, in my opinion, is the first time I've seen such logic applied to removing 2 lanes from Olive Avenue. And that is that until Metro achieves 17,500 average daily weekday boardings, which is 50% of their 2,042 projected ridership, again, has the logic to say, if you have the riders, okay, we can have the conversation, because that would indicate that a lot of people are getting out of their cars and going into the Metro. I do not think that that's the case, but if that happens, I would support that. I think listening to some of the other callers that called in, and I do appreciate them voicing their opinions, or saying such things as in, it's going to be safer, or it's going to help with greenhouse gases. And I understand that perspective, but I do not share it. Because the effect of that taking away 2 lanes of traffic on Olive Avenue between Buena Vista and First is that as Metro presented about a month or so ago to the council, it will push additional traffic onto Magnolia and other sort of parallel arteries, and also the community. And not to mention the delays and the increased greenhouse gases from those cars idling as we're waiting to kind of get down Olive. I thought it was very nice and appreciated that Assemblymember Laura Friedman spoke, because there was something about Metro, as she was involved in an advancing transportation in the San Fernando Valley virtual town hall, that I listened to. And she, along with LA Council Member Nayef Rahman and LA Metro CEO Stephanie Wiggins and LA Department of Transportation General Manager Salita Reynolds were present. And I think they did a very good job just kind of talking about their position. But one thing that I was concerned about that I heard is that none of them have anything in place to address the safety, particularly of women that are riding on the Metro. I also found it a little bit concerning that General Manager Salita Reynolds of the LADOT basically says people, politicians, need to get over your anxiety and summon your political courage and walk through the initial fire for these changes. Please keep in mind that the Metro has $12 billion for transformative projects, and we need to be very cautious of what they plan to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your call. Your time is up. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Kevin Muldoon.
Welcome.
Good evening, Council. Boy, you packed the agenda tonight. First of all, you must keep the call-in portions of the oral communications. You've already cut them down to 3 minutes. You've eliminated the final oral communications. This is the best way to keep the community involved. I'm sure you've seen that it's a vital asset to the council meetings in the last 2 years. I think the cost of the meeting was overinflated. I think they included the portion that takes to Zoom and all the hookups for the council members at home. I think the bottom line cost for just the call-in portion should be much less than $3,000 a meeting. Now I want to get to item K, the BRT. I am totally against the BRT. It is an unwanted, unnecessary bus line. Nobody is clamoring to ride a bus from Pasadena to North Hollywood. And to think that we would re-engineer the Olive Bridge for a station of people to get off the bus to take Metro is absolutely ridiculous. There's the Gold Line in Pasadena. There's the Metro in Pasadena. There's the Metro in Glendale. You wouldn't go past all of these stations to end up in Burbank to ride in the same destination. And this bus also ends up getting on the freeway between Burbank and North Hollywood. If any of you have driven that portion of the 134 to the 170, you know their estimations of the timeline of taking that route are way underestimated. Eliminating the lane and the flow of the bus down Olive, there's no need for anybody in Burbank to take any of this transportation. We already have useless, empty buses running on the same routes. So I need a stronger letter to the Metro. I understand we all need transportation and improvement in transportation, but this is not the answer. I mean, to get down to it, if we were really serious about solving our problems, we should sacrifice the Chandler Bikeway and we should put the bus lane that continues from North Hollywood along Chandler to the Metro station and then onward into Pasadena. But this shared on-the-street system is not the way to go. Please write a more strongly worded letter that we are adamantly opposed to this coming through our community, and the options presented right now do not fit the needs of our residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Tamala Takahashi.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tamala Takahashi, 23-year resident of Burbank and a longtime community advocate. I'm calling regarding item number 5, the BRT. I'm concerned about the position of City Council to support mixed flow as an option for the BRT. Having a position of mixed flow as a superior option without study or data to support it is not representative of responsible decision making. We know that a BRT in general will benefit commuters and reduce their need to drive and other benefits, but data also consistently shows that a dedicated BRT lane increases business success, makes roads safer for all, slows down drivers, reduces vehicle miles traveled, reduces greenhouse gases, decreases road wear and tear, and provides easier and safer travel across access for disabled, elderly, and young who cannot or do not want to drive. Will mixed flow do any of these things? A dedicated lane will also bring much-needed corridor improvements. Will mixed flow do this? A dedicated lane brings so many potential opportunities to make Olive truly a transit corridor for everyone. The only thing we know for sure about mixed flow is it will add buses. If cut-through traffic is a problem, how do we know mixed flow won't cause cut-through traffic or even be worse? Some more questions about mixed flow that haven't been asked. What is the environmental impact of mixed flow? What will adding buses every 15 minutes stopping over and over do to traffic flow? Will mixed flow increase greenhouse gas emissions? If congestion is a problem, will adding buses in mixed flow make it worse? Will going around buses cause repeated bottlenecks and more dangerous conditions as folks change lanes suddenly? Will mixed flow make it safer to bike on Olive? A dedicated bus lane would make it safer for bikes, but would mixed flow? And what about Measure M funds that we pay our tax dollars? With mixed flow, would we get our Measure M taxes put back into our community? Or would our money go into Glendale and Eagle Rock for all of their sidewalk, crosswalk, benches, greenery, and traffic mitigation improvements that they will be getting? If we get the mixed flow you are asking for, will Glendale and Eagle Rock owe us a thank you while we pay for their travel corridor complete streets improvements and we get buses? A dedicated lane has some challenges, but it also has a plethora of benefits. If mixed flow is better, what are the benefits? So far, I have heard no benefits for mixed flow except that it's not a dedicated lane. I think the community deserves to know what impact Council's proposal would have. They also deserve to know what the honest benefits of a dedicated lane would be. If they knew the realities of mixed flow, I'm wondering if there would be as much support for it. If people were given the same opportunity to scrutinize and criticize mixed flow studies, would the dedicated lane actually be the better option? We don't know because it's not an honest comparison for us to consider. Taking a position without that information is premature and not responsible decision making. And as a side note, please, please, please keep it call-in public comment available. How many of the commenters tonight would not have been able to call in and comment if they had to be there in person? Thank you for your time and consideration. I wish you for a wonderful rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Joel Frost.
Welcome.
want to add my both the remote comment option and the proposed BRT project along Olive Ave, both of which are important for all Burbankers to have equitable access to our city. The BRT project not only greatly improves travel times for people on the bus, thereby increasing ridership, decreasing the rate of pollution, but also more friendly environment, walking, which would lead to an increase in visitors. A larger percentage of our neighbors to participate, while hometown reliable transit.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, we lost the call and we lost the following caller, so if you just give us a moment, we're coming back.
Our next caller is John Giroux.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. I appreciate your time. I'm opposed to the bus lane. Vehicles are going to be backed up. There was a Playa del Rey situation where they reduced 2 lanes to 1 lane, and people were using residential streets. And ultimately, the LA City Council member reversed the 1-lane situation, opened it up to 2 lanes. Buses are virtually empty in Burbank, especially in Burbank. Vehicles are increasing, not diminishing. This will only be a backlog, cause a disruption in the flow of traffic. Even restaurant food lines into, let's say, a McDonald's or something else, they're backed out into the street, and that will cause a congestion and problem and maybe a safety issue. Virtually, I'm not convinced that spending the excess governmental budget will be a real benefit to Burbank. Burbank really does not need this, and I would vote no on this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Dalton Murray.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Dalton Murray. I'm a Burbank resident, and I appreciate you hearing us tonight. I'm calling in to express my objection to the continued funding of military surplus items. Multiple studies suggest that the militarization of police does not reduce crime and that they can actually increase the likelihood of injury to both police and citizens. I think Burbank would be a safer place without having these military surplus items, and I urge the council to vote against continuing to fund these items. Thank you for your time, and have a nice evening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Alexandra Anderson Kenny.
Welcome.
Hello, council members. I'm Alexandra Anderson Kenny. I'm a Burbank resident, and I'm calling tonight to voice my opposition to funding military equipment for the Burbank Police Department. I feel that the use of military equipment puts both civilians and police at greater risk of harm than other policing tools. The equipment would be an unnecessary expense for the city. With the population just shy of 100,000, Burbank is not a large city. Additionally, Burbank has a low crime rate relative to the rest of California and the U.S., and ultimately these funds could better be used elsewhere. So for these reasons, I urge my council members to vote against continuing this funding.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Just 1 minute. Okay, it looks like we don't have any more callers in queue, so it's safe. We can go ahead and close public comment.
Okay, thank you. There being no further public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. Colleagues, in response to any of the speakers? Vice Mayor Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone who called in. I just wanted to address one of the early callers who mentioned a rally at the Rancho. I was asked to attend a gathering of a few friends at the Rancho. It ended up being a larger group thing that I did not know about. I did not know it was a rally until I got there. And I will say that in response to the caller saying that I'm lying to the public, I will mention that in your own response, you urged the other council members to take a vote in the way you wanted them to vote, which shows that the option is up for debate. So we will talk about that when it comes back to council. And thanks to everybody else who called in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Springer.
Yes, I'd like to thank the callers, and most of the discussion will be later during the council meeting.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no more questions, City Manager, City Attorney, any comments? Okay, thank you. Now we will move on to the consent calendar, may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Consent calendar, item number 1, approval of the 2021 General Plan Annual Progress Report and 2021 Housing Element Annual Progress Report. Item 2, approval of cooperative agreement with RICO USA, Inc. and Fairfax County on behalf of the U.S. Communities Government Purchasing Alliance for Reprographics Color Printer Lease Replacement. Item 3, adoption of resolution authorizing acceptance of the 2020 State Homeland Security Program grant in the amount of $10,000 and amending the fiscal year 2021-22 budget. Item number 4, adoption of resolution authorizing acceptance of the 2021 Urban Area Security Initiative grant and any future amendments accepting $278,371 in grant funds and amending the fiscal year 2021-22 budget by appropriating funds. And that concludes all the items.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Schultz, second by Councilmember Frutos.
Ready?
Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos? Yes. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are 6 reports to council this evening. The first report is the approval of a Metro North Hollywood to Pasadena Bus Rapid Transit Project Final Environmental Report Comment Letter. Presenting this report is Mr. David Kriske, Assistant Director of Transportation. Mr. Kriske, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is David Kriske, Community Development. Letter for Metro's final environmental impact report for the North Hollywood to Pasadena Bus Rapid Transit Project, and to select option 1 or mixed flow operations on Olive Avenue for the portion of the project on Olive through the majority of Burbank. And I have a short presentation to review the item. So for tonight's presentation, I'm going to briefly review with the council what BRT is. I'm going to describe the project that Metro's proposed for BRT through Burbank predominantly. I'm going to talk about some of the changes that Metro has made between the draft environmental impact report, which was completed at the end of 2020, and the final environmental impact report, which came out in March. And then I'm going to talk about some of the changes that we feel still need to be made to the project to protect and build neighborhoods here in Burbank, and to finish with the staff recommendation. So the North Hollywood to Pasadena corridor, BRT project, is a new transit corridor project that connects the Red Line and Orange Line in North Hollywood through the cities of Burbank, Glendale and the community of Eagle Rock in Los Angeles to Pasadena and the Gold Line, and eventually over to Pasadena City College. It's a $267 million budget, and it's funded with Measure M, regional sales tax money, as well as state Senate Bill 1 funds. Bus Rapid Transit is a premium rail-like service operated as buses. Sometimes it's called light rail on rubber tires. BRT has dedicated stations. You pay your fare prior to boarding, similar to a light rail line. There is frequent service, 5 to 10 minutes. Every 5 to 10 minutes, a bus will come by. I'm sorry, this thing is advancing on its own. Street improvements are usually installed to increase frequency and speed, such as dedicated bus lanes, queue jumps, and signal priority. And why Metro's proposing this project? Well, today, travel by transit through the corridor requires up to 3 transfers and can be almost 2 hours long. This project would be faster than regular bus and would be far cheaper to construct than a light rail line. Stations are permanent like light rail, so you can do better land use planning around each of them. BRT improvements are neighborhood context sensitive. So depending upon the neighborhood and the corridor at which it's being built, you can do different improvements for different areas. Metro's been working on this project since 2017. In 2020, as I mentioned earlier, a draft environmental impact report was prepared that identified impacts and mitigations for their proposed project. The City Council did approve a comment letter at that time outlining several concerns about the project. And in early 2021, the Metro Board approved the alignment to move forward and directed their staff to continue to work with some of the corridor cities, including Burbank. In late 2021, Metro revised their project in several areas, which I'll get into in a minute. And in March of 2022, just last month, the final environmental impact report was released. This is a graphical illustration of the alignment, and as you can see, it kind of connects through several communities in Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, and Los Angeles, really providing a travel alternative to the 134, which travels in the same corridor, which has upwards of 700,000 trips a day, and this is meant to provide an opportunity for some of those trips to get onto transit. In Burbank, the alignment is predominantly on Olive Avenue and Glen Oaks Boulevard. The alignment dips to the south to hit the Media District, including Alameda and Buena Vista, where St. Joe's Hospital and Disney is located, and then proceeds up Olive through to downtown Burbank, and then southward to Glen Oaks into the city of Glendale. The color coding indicates the configuration of the project, the orange being a dedicated bus lane in taking the place of a travel lane, red being mixed flow, that's where buses operate in traffic like normal buses. Blue is what is called curb running bus lane, that's a bus lane operating where the parking is currently installed. And the green is a median or center running where the bus lane operates in the median of a street, in this case Glen Oaks Boulevard, the large portion of Glen Oaks. This is a graphical illustration from Metro showing the preferred side running option. Again, that's with a bus lane taking the place of one travel lane, so that would leave you with one travel lane for cars, one bus lane for buses, and one parking lane for parked cars with the center turn lane in the middle. And this is a graphical illustration of a station. This is the center running portion of the project at the city border with Glendale, with buses operating in the median and the station in the median. So since the DEIR was approved, Metro has made several changes to the project. The first and biggest change is they replaced the configuration for the portion along Olive between Buena Vista and basically the 5 from a curb running configuration. Again, that is where the parking lane is converted to a bus lane. And they're now proposing a side running configuration where a travel lane is converted to a bus lane. So either way, we are losing one existing configuration, one lane, one use, and needing to convert it to a bus lane. And that's because the right-of-way on Olive just isn't large enough to provide for all of the existing uses plus the bus lane. Whereas a place like Glen Oaks in Glendale has plenty of right-of-way to provide a bus lane while still providing ample lanes for cars and parking. Another change that was made, as I mentioned a minute ago, the project was diverted southward to hit Disney and St. Joseph's Hospital. Previously, it was going straight up Olive and bypassing this major node of activity that we felt was important to connect to the BRT, and so Metro has modified the alignment to serve those uses. Originally, Metro had proposed a station atop the Olive overpass, and staff identified several problems with that implementation given the age of the Olive Bridge. As we'll discuss in a minute, we think that to put a station there is important, but it needs to have a better connection and more improvements to the Olive Bridge to make that work properly. In response, Metro has moved the station west to Olive and Lake, and so folks connecting to Metrolink would have to walk from Olive and Lake to the Metrolink. It's about a third of a mile to make that connection. And then finally, the fourth change is some stations were moved. Previously, there was a station at Buena Vista and Olive. That's been moved down towards to be closer to St. Joe's. It's at basically Alameda and Naomi / Buena Vista, kind of somewhere in between those two streets. And a station at Olive, Sparks, and Verdugo was an optional station in the DEIR, is now a permanent, is a recommended station. So as staff included in the original comment letter in 2020, and we're still maintaining today, we do believe that BRT is positive for Burbank and builds a better Burbank, but it needs some changes to make that possible. On the positive side, it supports our 12,000 unit housing goal that we've talked about quite a bit with the City Council. It relieves the jobs housing imbalance impacts caused by all of the cars coming into Burbank from folks that live outside the city that work in Burbank. It connects our residents much better to regional transit and eases regional traffic impacts on some of our neighborhoods. Supports our other big goal, which is 15-minute service on the Metrolink by connecting to Metrolink. Supports our general plan and specific plans, and avoids sensitive corridors like Chandler, where we were clearly, and the council was clearly not interested in looking at a BRT on Chandler. But we think there are still three major changes needed to build and protect neighborhoods. We had a lot more in the draft EIR. They've addressed many of our concerns, but there are still three big ones, as well as some others in the letter itself that we recommend you communicate to Metro. First, the bus lanes on Olive Avenue between Buena Vista and the 5. Metro went from curb running to side running, which is better. It gets rid of the widening, it gets rid of the sidewalk impacts, it gets rid of the parking impacts, but we're still left with a situation where we are most likely going to have vehicle congestion that results at certain times of the day by converting the travel lane to the bus lane, and we think there's some secondary impacts that are going to be problematic, particularly in protecting neighborhoods. Metro indicates that there won't be those impacts, but we disagree with that assessment, and we talk about why in the staff report. Secondly, we still think that Metro needs to commit to better investments in modifying and potentially replacing the Olive Bridge to make that connection proper between the top of the bridge with the BRT down to the Metrolink station. We think the 1/3 mile walk at Lake is not conducive to making this project successful, and we feel that Metro or the council should communicate to Metro that this needs to be pursued, possibly as a separate project, but pursued nonetheless. And then finally, with either the mixed flow operation or a side running operation on Olive, we think that Metro needs to contribute more to neighborhood protection and complete streets on that corridor, regardless of the option. We need to make sure that the neighborhoods on either side of the corridor are protected for potential impacts from bus lanes. So the staff report identified two options that the City Council could take with respect to the Olive Avenue portion, and we're recommending option 1, which is to direct Metro to install Olive Avenue as mixed flow between Buena Vista and I-5, and at least have that mixed flow in place until the project achieves a ridership that justifies potentially the conversion of the lane. So what we don't want to have happen is the bus project open, it's not carrying as many riders as predicted, and we have massive congestion and potential cut-through traffic impacts that doesn't justify the ridership. And so we've proposed that we do mixed flow until this benchmark is achieved, and hopefully it's achieved quickly, but we want to at least see the project be successful until we consider converting to dedicated bus lanes. At that ridership, the buses buses would be carrying about as many people as the car lane that's being replaced, and so we think that's kind of the break even for the trade-off. And we think that it's straightforward for Metro to convert from mixed flow to dedicated bus lanes in the future. It's really striping. The roadway stays pretty much the same. The other infrastructure like the stations doesn't change, and we think it's straightforward for Metro to do that. Alternatively, we presented another option that would to install side running BRT, that's converting the travel lane to the bus lane, but do it for a trial, do it for a 36-month trial. And we would be able to tell Metro to revert to mixed flow if the project doesn't achieve that same ridership benchmark, that same kind of break even between bus ridership and car ridership. It would allow the city and Metro to test the configuration and measure congestion. We certainly can guess about what congestion could be caused by this, and Metro has tried to, and we have tried to, but an actual test would show us. And Metro would commit to removing the lanes if the ridership goals were not met. In addition to the two options, we think with either one of those options, we think the City Council should communicate to Metro to pursue a better connection at the Olive Bridge, to add a station atop the bridge with a second elevator, include complete streets improvements to the bridge, improve the bridge rails for safety. I know we're pursuing that on our own, but it should be built as part of a reconfiguration, and of course, update the structure when we do that. And then again, regardless of option one or option two, but really if option two were to ever to go, or if bus lanes were to go into place in the future, we think that neighborhood protection and complete streets improvements above and beyond what Metro's promising us are important and required. And we need to make sure that Metro's protecting our neighborhoods on either side of the corridor. So our staff recommendation for tonight is to approve the attached draft FEIR comment letter to Metro and to select option one, or the mixed flow option, for Olive Avenue between Buena Vista and the 5 as the City Council's preferred and required project configuration that we tell Metro needs to be met before Metro comes in and potentially improves this project. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Kriski. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Vice Mayor Anthony?
Councilmember Springer can go ahead. I'm still organizing something here.
Okay,
Mr. Kriski, thank you very much for your presentation. And did we not in the past ask I will just say I remember that I asked Metro what the comparison is for mixed flow and bus only lane, and they would not do that study. So we tried. I remember asking for that option, for the data on that, so we would know. So that's your recollection also?
Yes, they have done some studies that show, as part of the final EIR, buried in some of the technical appendices as well as some of their subsequent presentations, they have talked about the travel time savings. They really talk about the total travel time savings on the corridor, and I think Metro's position is that any individual segment may have maybe a minute or two of savings, but if you start chipping away at more and more of the bus lanes, pretty soon the whole project starts to be slower, and when you add all of those up, you have a project that's much less beneficial, and they want to maximize travel time. So yes, any individual segment is probably going to be, a minute or so, a minute or 2 minutes, but taken together, if other segments are also mixed flow, you add those together, their concern is you have a project that's now too slow, just as fast as a regular bus, and I think that's where they're coming from. But yes, individually, that Olive segment doesn't give you a lot of travel time savings, especially since Olive, with 2 lanes, is not particularly congested relative to other streets in the region. It's not a Vermont, it's not a Ventura, it's not a Wilshire. It's Olive. It moves well with 4 lanes, and so buses will probably be fine in that conversion. Metro has a different approach, is that they want to maximize the bus lanes to the extent they can.
Thank you. And I use public transportation. I think you all know that I don't own a car, so I use the Orange Line, I use the train, I use the pink route, usually, the Burbank bus, the red line, the blue line. And so I support public transportation. And I appreciate in your report calling out that our disabled population, because it doesn't, Metro's plan unfortunately doesn't adequately consider the needs of our disabled, because the bridge has long time needed to be fixed. So what I envision is an old bridge, the olive bridge as it is now, with the inadequate sidewalks, with the inadequate railing, and a high-speed bus in a dedicated lane going past people in wheelchairs trying to get up the bridge on the elevator side, and hopefully the elevator is working, and to go down to the Metrolink station. So just the bridge as it is with a dedicated bus-only lane, I think is pretty frightening. The bridge is alarming as it is now. And so I feel like the compromise of starting with mixed flow is a good option, and work out the reconfiguration of the bridge so that it's safe for everybody, including our disabled and even just users of the Metrolink. And because they are starting to feel like they're being left behind and they want to be a part of the inclusivity. So I support mixed flow to start with, and then have it reconsidered once we reach the 17,500 benchmark, and then take it from there. And meanwhile, we've included the reconfiguration of the Olive Bridge and the Magnolia Bridge in our legislative platform. And recently, I asked for an agenda item to move those forward, the funding for those two bridges. So those are my comments for now. Thank you very much for your report.
Thank you. Colleagues, anyone else? Vice Mayor Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo Councilmember Springer's sentiments on the bridge. I mean, this was, years. I was almost 4 years on the Transportation Commission, and our big push for this was to get Metro to help us rebuild that bridge, and that just was completely removed from the project, which is a huge disappointment. And now they're proposing putting a station all the way on Lake Street. So if you want to take the BRT to the Metrolink, you got to get off on Lake. And I don't know if the folks at home know this, that's like a good quarter mile or more walk to catch your train, or vice versa, your train to catch your bus. I mean, that doesn't help anybody. Let alone the disabled community trying to get point A to point B in a quarter mile. It's kind of ridiculous. So I'm really disappointed in what they've done there. I wanted to ask, I was trying to find it in the paperwork here. I know we here in Burbank keep talking about mixed flow, but I don't see Metro proposing that as an option. If we write a comment letter saying we want mixed flow, is there any guarantee that Metro is gonna do that? Like, would they just say, okay, sure, and then there's a chance they would go with option 2?
So we obviously don't know we can only request what we think is right, and then see what the Metro Board responds to that, and in the interim lean on our 2 representatives to let them know how important this issue is. And the Metro Board, of course, is its own entity and will make its own decision as the lead agency for the project. However, in this situation, it's a little bit different than normal transportation projects in that Metro is relying on our city streets to do the project. They're not in Chandler on their property that they can kind of do what they want as a lead agency. They need our cooperation to make this project a success. And so we do have a little bit more leverage than normal, because we'll be issuing the city staff ultimately, or through the city council, permits for the project when we go to construction. So we can very strongly, and I recommend if mixed flow is what the council wants to communicate, that we very strongly communicate that that's kind of our condition for the project, and put it out there so they understand what our position is, and then we'll see what they say, with the understanding that they need our permits from us to build the project.
Okay. And I'm only asking that so that people at home can manage their expectations. I want to let everyone know that for the last, I don't even know, 18 months or so, a lot of the people you see on this camera right now have spent plenty of political capital just making sure that Metro didn't take away our parking lane. Like, that was of utmost importance. So at this point, asking Metro to also not take away a driving lane might be too much, but I'm going to support option one, because if we can get it, we can get it. However, we have to be prepared that Metro is going to come back and say, look, we already give you the parking lane. We may have to go with option two. So, the folks watching at home, we're going to push and we're going to do our, due diligence to really get this done. But it's not a guarantee. This vote tonight is just a comment letter. So we have to be prepared for what Metro offers in return. It's a negotiation, right? It's a finding a compromise with 4 cities now. It's Burbank, it's Glendale, it's Pasadena, and it's a neighborhood of Eagle Rock in LA. So we're going to see what we can do, and we just move forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple of comments. I think compared to all of you, I've been relatively quiet on this. I didn't serve on the Transportation Commission, and I patiently waited my time despite the presentations we've had over the last few months. So I finally get a chance to weigh in. First of all, Mr. Kriske, let me just say, I absolutely love the draft letter. I think that it strikes the perfect balance of a spirit of cooperation to the extent that that is possible, but also clearly and definitively saying what we want to see for the best interest of our community. And that's really the first point I just wanted to make to the callers and the folks that have written emails and the folks that have talked to me concerned about the adversarial nature of this relationship. I disagree. We are doing what we were elected to do, and that is to fight for the best interest of our community. Now, I agree with Ms. Takahashi, who called about the importance of data-driven policies, but this is Metro's project, and the onus is on them as the project proponent to provide that data. And we have an obligation to point out where we see deficiencies. And Mr. Kriske, again, you and your team have done a really great job on that. So I just want to quickly walk through a couple things. I am in favor of option one. In the first and bleeding onto the second page of the comment letter, I thought an excellent point was, whereas Metro in the final EIR talks about the traffic impacts, you correctly noted that the analysis and the assumptions weren't documented. That's a key point. That is something that Metro needs to address. And we're not just talking about the traffic impacts on the running streets, but the intersections as well. And, the thing I want to say to those who are watching is that this matters to us. And the reason why we're standing so strongly on this issue is because this project does present conflicts with other elements of our general plan. And it's our obligation to advocate for the very best deal that Burbank can get. And I agree with the Vice Mayor, by the way, that it's important in any context to set realistic expectations. But in this case, we do have a bit of leverage, and I suggest we use it. And Mr. Kriske, to that point, I think we make it very clear to Metro what we consider an acceptable deal and what is unacceptable to us as a council. Additional funding for the neighborhood protection plan, couldn't agree more. That is fantastic. I'm very concerned about the traffic spillover into those communities along Olive. And I'll just briefly mention, when I was in college, we had a bus rapid transit system in Eugene, Oregon. It was called the EMX, and it worked incredibly efficiently. Here's the difference between that setup and Olive. Now, in Eugene, they run it on Franklin Avenue, and they took out the center median and they put in the bus there, and it runs in both directions. Even with that, there are still 3 lanes of traffic in each direction. I wish we had that kind of a setup, but our streets aren't wide enough. And as someone who takes Olive every single day, I can tell you from personal experience, even with the 2 travel lanes in each direction as is, traffic can be horrendous on the weekend when people are going places. And I have serious concerns about those impacts. And again, we're approaching this in the spirit of cooperation. We want to work with Metro. So I agree with option one. The other thing I just wanted to mention is that on pages 3 and 4 of the letter, there were some really important things that I think Metro just failed to address, quite frankly, in the final EIR. There are, the traffic diversion analysis I've already talked about, public service impacts. I agree with you, Mr. Kriske. I don't think that they've addressed that sufficiently. Our utility systems and roadway infrastructure. I think these are things that we do need to clearly and definitively point out to Metro. And at the end of the day, my sincere hope is that they are going to work with us on that Olive Avenue Bridge Station. Councilmember Springer, you've been advocating for this for a long time, and I agree with you. I think it's wholly unacceptable that we're asking people to get off on Lake and hike it a third of a mile. That is not acceptable to me, and that is not a project that we can be proud of for Burbank. And I want to see this project be a success. And Mr. Kriske, just to wrap up, I think you lay out a roadmap in your letter that clearly strikes out how we can make this a successful project for Burbank. And so if Metro's watching, I really hope you hear us when we say we want this to be successful and we want to work with you. But we are telling you, as the elected representatives of the people of Burbank, this is what we need to make it acceptable and successful here. So please work with us. Please do listen to us, because I got to say, I haven't felt like you've been listening. And I really hope that I see a change in tune right now. Thank you, Mr. Kriske.
Thank you. Councilmember Frutos.
Well, I got promoted real quick.
Real quick.
And I got demoted real quick. All right. I will also be supporting option 1. I think it's kind of sad that, we really haven't had, as council members, maybe you guys have, but I haven't had one-on-one conversations with the elected representatives that are on that board. But my biggest concern for option 1, mixed flow traffic since day one, is if you look at Olive and the amount of vehicle traffic, to cut it down by 2 lanes to allow a bus and, to save at most 1 minute of travel time, in exchange, the people of Burbank, the residents, for slowing Olive down to a crawl, destroying the surrounding neighborhoods. So in one sense, I agree with the callers about reducing the greenhouse gases by getting more people on the bus. But the reality is, the impact is it's going to be slow car idling on a major thoroughfare. I also stand with Councilmember Springer. I do support mass transit. Bring on the BRT. But let's see how literally the Burbank ridership is increased and how it looks like before we start to destroy Olive Street there, and the impact into the neighborhoods to cut through traffic to get down to Alameda and Verdugo. Well, we have the bike lane there on each side, so it's a single lane there. And when the staffers said that, well, it won't really impact other streets, it'll be shifted to Burbank, he had no clue about the Burbank Airport Terminal. He didn't know about the Avion project and that EIR, and not to mention the Empire Center. And when the staffer also said that they really haven't tried something like this, running into multiple cities, well, jumping Jiminy Crickets. We are 17 square miles. We have a population of 107,000 people roughly. So that bus is a thoroughfare for people traveling. I understand that. But to say this is going to benefit the riders of Burbank, that bus is just passing through, but the impacts of the overflow of vehicles being cut down a single lane in each direction. I want to work with Metro, but this is our town, and the people have spoken loudly. And for some of the emails that were in support of it, I Googled the people's names on some of them. They were people that want the bus, but they're not Burbank residents. They're not Burbank voters. I got a lot of emails, just like we all did. And then we don't know what's going to happen to Raising Cane. The neighbors have already expressed their concern on how popular that restaurant is, and whatever comes out of the court process, what are we going to do with those traffic mitigations? We're already working on neighborhood protection for those neighbors, and now we're cutting down Olive Boulevard to a single lane. We can't even fill up the Burbank buses, and those are the Burbank people's buses. And they run empty most of the time, and now we're going to allow a pass-through vehicle. and cut down and really impact the residents? I don't think that's fair right now. If Metro wants to work with us, I welcome them. But you know what? Don't dictate to us when the council's being responsive to the people that put us in this office to work on their behalf to provide neighborhood protection and try to really look at the impacts of this bus. So I appreciate the staff work, Mr. Kriski. Once again, you got 5 stars, and I'm going to support option 1. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Kriski and members of the council.
Thank you, Councilmember Frutos. I've got a question in regards to, are there any other segments in this project that are mixed flow or just dedicated lanes? For example, obviously when it comes off from LA City into Burbank and goes into Glendale, Pasadena, and Eagle Rock.
So there are some mixed flow, other mixed flow in Burbank that's Metro's agreed with. We actually got them to cut back to do more mixed flow on Glen Oaks. They were going to do a bus lane right around the corner here at Olive, where Glen Oaks is only 4 lanes. We thought that would be a problem for many of the same reasons. They cut that one back. There's some mixed flow in the Media District. The other big mixed flow area is City of Pasadena. It's all mixed flow in Pasadena, pretty much. They went very early in the process and very directly told Metro that they only want to do mixed flow, and so Metro did not study anything but mixed flow in Pasadena. Glendale is a bit of a mixed bag. They have a lot of bus lane. Part of it is on Glen Oaks, again, where it's 6 lanes and a median, so there's a lot of room to play with. I will say they are proposing a bus lane on Central down towards Americana, where I think the vehicle lanes go down to 1 lane. That'll be congested. And then their Broadway is a dedicated lane, I think, with parking. So they have kind of a mixed bag of some mixed flow and some dedicated bus lane, but on different configurations, and some parts are easier to do than others.
What about Eagle Rock? Has that been settled?
Eagle Rock has not been settled. They are in the same boat as us in terms of Metro proposing certain options and some of the community members wanting others. The Metro preferred in the final, I wasn't focusing on it because I work for Burbank, but I was curious. They do have a couple of big bus lane only segments with just 1 lane on Colorado. And I know that there is some very divisive concerns about that on both sides. Similar to Burbank, they've heard from both sides.
Well, thank you for your report. And, you know, over the whole time that I've been on council, I've been pro-transportation. I've been very supportive of Metro and what they've done and what we've done together to be successful. But when it comes to this, I listen to my business owners, I listen to my residents, and it's not going to work. It's not going to be good for Burbank. And that's what, as mayor of the city of Burbank, that's what I want. Final result, is it going to be good for Burbank or not? I understand connectivity and the circulation, making sure that it is successful, and I want it to be successful. But at what cost? That's the bottom line. And I don't feel that this is doable. It's unfortunate that they're not proposing something else. A mixed flow would have been nice. It would have been a nice option to propose to the board, but apparently staff didn't feel that was an option. So we just have to do what we've been doing, council members, is approaching the Metro board. We have 2 representatives. We've got Supervisor Barger, who's been very receptive to our concerns, and also Glendale Councilmember Ara Najarian, who's also a board member. But I believe they take their vote. It's going to the board later in April?
Yes, so the first round, as you know, Mr. Mayor, they go to the committees first, so it's going to Planning and Programming Committee on April 20th. And then they will either make a recommendation, or sometimes with the large projects, they defer and don't. Then it will go to the full board of directors on April 28th.
So April 28th. So I would recommend anybody that's listening to call in. If you can't call in if you can't call 2 meetings, please call at least to the board meeting on April 28th. And that's all I can say. Colleagues, recommendations? Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologize for commenting twice, but you did say something that really resonated with me. And to the extent that one of our friends at Metro is watching, I really hope they hear this because I think it's important. All of us believe in public transit and its importance in getting people where they need to go. We understand we need to be a good regional partner, and we do need to be aggressive in tackling climate change. But I just want to emphasize one thing, and this is what you got me thinking about, Mr. Mayor. Just think of how counterintuitive this is. Option 2, if that were even to be considered, putting in the dedicated lane and then taking it out, having to reconfigure the whole thing years down the line when the bridge is hopefully reconstructed. Let's take our time and do it right. Let's get the ridership up to where it needs to go. I have no interest in seeing a less than perfect plan. All of this is a way to say that we are committed to working with Metro, but at the end of the day, I don't think this is the best we can do. And I think Metro would even be the first to admit that. So let's continue talking. Please do listen to our comments because they're not unreasonable and they reflect the will of the people of Burbank. Mr. Mayor, I can make the motion, but I don't know if there's any other
Let me ask Mr. Krisky one more question before we take a motion. So when is this project supposed to be started or completed by?
So Metro's goal is to have the project completed by the end of 2024.
So once the Metro board at the end of April says, let's go with it, well, they're going to pick an option?
Yes, and they'll do probably two things. They will certify the final environmental impact report, basically approve it, and then they will approve the final project configuration, and then direct their staff to begin with final design, which will necessarily require our participation because it's our street system. And so that's where it will be interesting because, as I mentioned, we do have this kind of a little more leverage at the end of the process. I can't imagine if the board hears our strong objection to their configuration that they would proceed with a bunch of design work and time and money to then get to a point where they're asking for a permit when they've clearly heard from us that we have some problems. And so what will be interesting is, I think, the board meeting and then afterwards how they will respond to our position.
I'm hopeful that the board will listen to our requests, our concerns, and do the right thing. Not only for the whole system, but for Burbank especially. Okay. Councilmember Schultz, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we approve a comment letter regarding Metro's final EIR for the North Hollywood to Pasadena Bus Rapid Transit Project and direct staff to submit it to Metro prior to their Board of Directors Planning and Programming Committee meeting on April 20th. I further move that we select option 1 as the City Council's preferred project configuration as it relates to the project's final design and communicate that preferred configuration to Metro as part of the comment letter.
Second.
There's second by Vice Mayor? Is that who? I didn't.
Second, you promoted me again?
I'm sorry,
Thank you.
I heard the second, but I wasn't sure who. Okay, so it's moved by Councilmember Schultz, second by Councilmember Frutos. Any other comments?
Demoted again.
Oh, darn. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The second report is a discussion of a small business tax credit program. I welcome Ms. Marissa Miner, Administrative Analyst in the Community Development Department. Welcome, Ms. Miner.
Hello. Can I please get my slides up? Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name is Marissa Miner with the Community Development Department. Tonight, I will be presenting a discussion of a small business tax credit program. Down arrow. Sorry about that, everybody. A first step report was requested by Councilmember Anthony at the July 13th, 2021 meeting asking whether the City of Burbank should enact a small business tax credit program for businesses. A tax credit is a government-awarded credit usually provided to businesses that engage in certain types of activities helpful to the economy. Tax credits are generally for businesses with certain defined parameters. For example, tax credits could be awarded to entertainment businesses or small businesses with 100 employees or less. Burbank has a very simple business tax structure where the majority of businesses pay annually based on a flat rate plus a levy on the number of employees that a business maintains. All new and existing businesses in Burbank are required to apply for a business tax account. For fiscal year 2020-2021, business taxes represented 1% of the city's general fund recurring revenue, collecting $2,063,546, to be exact. And it is projected to collect about $2.3 million for fiscal year 21-22. In comparison to Burbank, other cities like Los Angeles typically collect business taxes based on the company's gross sales receipts. Because Burbank does not have gross sales receipts tax or city income tax, we are far more competitive than our neighboring cities. Many companies choose to locate in Burbank because of our competitive tax structure, as businesses in our city pay less in business tax than in Los Angeles or other surrounding cities. Because of our competitive tax structure, any business tax credit that the city could offer would have less of a financial impact to local businesses compared to a city like Los Angeles, as Burbank already has one of the lowest tax structures in our region. During the earlier stages of the pandemic, some municipalities offered businesses either deferrals or suspensions to business licenses or business taxes to provide temporary relief from the challenges caused. The City of Pasadena, for example, waived penalties on business taxes, while the City of Ontario waived business taxes on a case-by-case basis. Many of these suspensions and/or deferrals have expired or will soon expire. Locally, Burbank offered programs and services as assistance to small businesses, such as the Small Business Assistance Loan Program, which provided $1.2 million in forgivable loans to 94 small and micro enterprise businesses in the city of Burbank. The chart seen here depicts the local COVID-19 relief programs implemented in Burbank. More details on these programs can be found in the corresponding staff report attachment. While many cities like Burbank offered resources and assistance to small businesses through loans and utility deferrals, very few agencies offer business tax credit programs. Here we see on the chart few programs provided by other local government agencies that collect business taxes. You will notice in the immediate area, only Los Angeles and San Jose have small business tax credit programs. Most recently, on February 9th, 2022, Governor Newsom signed SB 113, providing an additional $6.1 billion in tax relief, tax credits, and direct grants to the hardest hit businesses and industries. This new bill includes provisions that provide a nearly $500 million tax cut for restaurants and venues, restores $5.5 billion in tax credits and deductions for California businesses, and invests $150 million in COVID-19 relief grants for California small businesses. This is a fairly newly signed bill, but staff will be promoting these latest programs and encouraging Burbank businesses to apply as soon as additional program details are released. If the city were to enact its own small business tax credit program, the city's general fund would lose revenue from the tax credits provided from the program. The total loss of revenue cannot be accurately estimated until program limits were to be considered. It should also be noted that any loss of general fund revenue would reduce the amount of funds available to provide other city programs and services to the public. Additionally, the city would need resources to publicize and administer the program. These costs would also be shouldered by the general fund. Neither the Community Development Department nor the City Attorney's Office has the staffing capacity to administer such a program. If considering such a program, Council would need to allocate general fund dollars for program implementation, including the hiring of 1 to 2 additional full-time staff persons. The City of Burbank has long been known for its competitive tax structure and incentive-driven programming, including but not limited to no gross sales receipt tax, no city income tax, business concierge services, high-speed fiber optic network, and business rebates through our utility, just to name a few. This competitive structure and accompanying supportive resources are a benefit to our city's small business community, resulting in lower business taxes than neighboring cities. Very few other cities offer a small business tax credit program. And additionally, as previously noted, the state is in the process of rolling out a tax credit program via the approved SB 113. If the city were to enact its own small business tax credit program, the city's general fund would not only lose revenue from tax credits, but also take on program administration costs, including 1 to 2 full-time staff. For these many reasons, staff does not recommend pursuing a small business tax credit program for the city of Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Vice Mayor, would you want to go ahead and start off the discussion since this is your item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for that report. I wanted to ask, it wasn't included in here, but the Measure P sales tax that we passed in 2018, do we have, there was, on the last page of attachment 2, there's a couple cities that give tax exemptions. Is there a way or mechanism under state law or within our charter, maybe the city attorney can weigh in on this, for us to give rebates based on that sales tax? We passed that quarter-cent sales tax, and it's based on sales numbers, and that money comes directly to us, right? So is there a way for us to maybe give a portion of that money back?
Sure. I'm going to actually defer to Jennifer Becker, our Financial Services Director, for this question.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Jennifer Becker with the Financial Services Department. So when we adopted Measure P, the direction and the item that was approved was that Measure P is essentially split 50% that goes towards the city's infrastructure and 50% becomes part of the general fund. So the revenue we receive from Measure P is essentially part of the general fund. It's not really different. You couldn't really exempt somebody from paying the sales tax, but if you were to utilize Measure P to refund, it's the same as utilizing general fund to refund or to do a rebate. It'd be Measure P and the general fund are kind of one and the same.
So in theory, if we were to craft a system where at the end of the year, businesses that pay into the sales tax, could apply for a portion of that as a rebate back. Once we've got that money, it's general fund money, so we could create a system where we give that back to folks.
Sure,
Yeah?
but it'd be pretty much the same as doing a business tax rebate program. There's no difference whether we gave that money back from Measure P or from the general fund because the pool of money that pays for city services is all the same.
Okay, what I'm proposing, and hear me out here, colleagues, is that we refund a portion of that sales tax money, that quarter cent from Measure P.
Okay,
back
I'm
to
sorry,
businesses.
just to clarify, this is well beyond the agendized matter. So the
Oh, I see.
agendized matter is a small business tax credit program specifically tailored to rebating taxes that a particular business pays.
Mhm.
What you're now
Okay,
talking about is rebating funds that could be paid from someone traveling from Colorado to, Home Depot or Lowe's or any other business. And so it's really a different subject matter that you could certainly request additional information in a different staff report, but I don't think the public is fairly on notice that this is about targeting all the taxes the city collects or the general fund, and there being no relationship between the business that pays the tax and the rebate given.
I see what you're saying, because if I'm talking, in general, if I'm talking about a sales tax, that's paid for by the customer, not the business.
That's correct.
Okay, well then how about this? I propose this. We have a number of options here. We currently have a business tax that businesses pay. It's a nominal fee. We also have no gross receipts or any city income tax at all. I would ask my colleagues to support moving forward a proposal to either change the current business tax mechanism, the amounts that come in from the businesses, or possibly even moving towards creating a gross receipts or city income tax to specifically fund a mechanism where we give rebates back to businesses. to small businesses, specifically businesses with fewer than 10 full-time employees and no more than $1 million in sales in a year. That to me is considered a small business. We're talking about the majority of businesses on Magnolia, along Burbank Boulevard, along Olive, many of our small little restaurants down in San Fernando. So if we could I would ask that we just bring this back as a second step to look at even possibly sales tax funding mechanisms, but just that we entertain this notion and try to find a way so that it's revenue neutral. Because one of the things that struck me as important in the report was that we would lose money from the general fund. Like, obviously, how do we pay for it, right? And I think we have some options on the table. I think we just have to be a little bit more flexible with this. And in moving this forward, we nothing concrete, but let's reach out to the small businesses. The Magnolia Park, the Chamber of Commerce, I think has a lot of input on this.
Mr. Vice Mayor, let me stop you there. I want to have the city attorney weigh in. It almost sounds to me like we're just really getting away from what your original ask was.
Yeah.
This agenda item in particularly. Anyway.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So what's before the council tonight is a first step report on a small business tax credit program. So in order to properly agendize this matter, it should really come back. The decision before the council this evening is whether to simply note and file. The staff's recommendation is not to proceed or to direct staff to come back with a second step. Either of those would still require a motion, a second, and a majority vote of the council, unless this was requested for a new first step on a much broader tax policy.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think I would like a first step on a new broader tax policy. I think this was a great intro to what we have and what's on the table, but I think it's going to be a bigger discussion. I don't want to.
Why don't we address this item first? The recommendations to note and file. Colleagues, do we agree with that? Or is there first, before we get into the next item that he would like to bring up, the Vice Mayor? Councilmember Frutos.
I support note and file. I think we're just circling the drain and we're not really being productive on this agenda item. I think it's pretty well spelled out. So I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
To note and file this agenda item, and based on our legal scholar giving us advice, we don't want to, go off on something that's not on the agenda.
Right, so there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Vice Mayor seconds it. All those in favor? I'm sorry. Okay, it's 5-0 to note and file. Did you want to continue with your thought, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'd like.
Or should we wait till the end of the meeting when we have additional agenda items for future meetings?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I think that might be the better approach.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. The third report is an update on the solar and battery project at the Hollywood Burbank Airport Regional Intermodal Transportation Center. Presenting this report is Mr. Michael Wang, Senior Electrical Engineer, Burbank Water and Power. Mr. Wang, welcome.
All right. Should
We're
be
waiting for a
slide
PowerPoint?
deck.
There we
Yep, there we go. Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is Michael Wang. I'm the project manager for the solar and battery project at the Hollywood Burbank Airport Regional Intermodal Transportation Center. So the first question I always get is, what is the Regional Intermodal Transportation Center? It's RITC for short. And it's that red roofed colored parking structure right on the southeast corner of Empire Avenue and Hollywood Way. Right now it's home to a lot of rental car agencies. There's buses that go through there. It's across the street from Metrolink. So there's a lot of transportation that goes through there. The project that we're going to talk about today, the solar and battery, is going to take place right here on the roof of that structure. It's a 4-acre roof. It's about 3 football fields. 4,500 square feet is available to us as well, to the north right there, for interconnection equipment, batteries. The solar generation resource that we're looking at adding is 2 to 2.5 megawatts of rooftop PV. It's going to be paired with a 2 megawatt, 8 megawatt hour energy storage. And just to kind of give you a scale of what that is, it's going to be across the year, if you were to average daily use, that's the equivalent of providing 560 households of power, 50% of that terminal, of the airport terminal, and also charging 140 Teslas per day. So those are the equivalent power that can produce. Right here is a little sketch of what the rooftop will look like with the solar panels built out. And up there with the inverter yard is where you're going to have your balance of equipment. It's going to be your pad mount transformers, switches, and that's also where the battery is going to go. So now that we see what the project is, another question I get is why are we going to do this project, solar and battery? And I'm going to go through a few of the challenges that we have with solar, looking at it from an industry-wide perspective, from the utility, and also from Burbank's perspective, and how it affects us personally as our utility. So the first challenge that we have with solar is intermittency. And what I mean by that, I'll demonstrate with this graph. So right here is one of our largest PV or solar resources that we have is Copper Mountain. It's a resource we have over in Nevada, and it produces 40 megawatts on a good day. So this is what you could expect to see across the day. It's going to start and then it's going to ramp up, and then on a clear day it's going to produce probably 45 hours of 40 megawatts. That dashed line that you see right there, that's what happens on a cloudy day. So it's going to go up, it's going to go down. As the sun is there, as the sun is not there, you're going to have power produced. So it's very intermittent. It's kind of hard to, the real-time buyers need to resource for those drops as the clouds go over. And it can be unpredictable. The gray area right there is kind of a really damped down version of the production that you see on a clear day. And that's when you have heavy cloud cover. And so you're not going to get that 40 megawatts on that day. So what does this matter to us? For solar, bringing this resource online, the big problem that we have is making sure we have it the moment that it's needed. You know, energy is you need to use the energy when it's produced. Like, you can't really store it unless, of course, you have a battery. And so for our installation, this is one of the challenges that we're helping to meet. Is that battery is going to act, similar to a water reservoir. The reservoirs we have on the hill, they store all the water, and then they can give it to us when we need it. In the same way, this battery is going to store the solar energy for us and allow us to distribute it to the system when we need it, and in a predictable fashion. A second challenge that we have with solar and the utility, here's a graph of the CAISO system. This is the California grid. If you haven't heard of the duck curve, this is the duck curve. And so you probably have if you've seen anything about the IRP. Right there, the one I want to pay attention to is that dark line. That bottom portion is the belly of the duck. And what we're looking at right here is the amount of resource we need to provide throughout the day. And so as the day goes on, sort of towards 12, 3 o'clock, there's so much solar that comes online that the amount of resource, the traditional generation, like your natural gas, your coal-fired plants, nuclear, we don't need as much of that during the day because there's so much solar just being pumped onto the grid. And so you'll see right there, the belly of the duck is right here. And then as the solar goes down, your solar generation goes down, you need to ramp up because, unfortunately, customer demand doesn't go down at that time. And so what happens is solar goes away, and you need to meet that demand with something else, usually traditional dispatchable generation, like natural gas, like we have at MPP. It could be coal that we have at IPP. It could be a peaker plant, Lake, also natural gas. And the CAISO system, this is showing 13,000 megawatts. What does that mean? That's like 40 MPP units just sitting there idling, just waiting for this evening period to be turned on, and that's a kind of a waste of resource. Can you imagine there's 40 of those just sitting there during the day? And so what does this look like for Burbank, this overgeneration aspect? Let's look at a typical day. Here we are. In the morning hours, we have a very low demand. That dashed black line is your demand from customers. What do they need? Obviously, people are sleeping, not using power, so it's very low. That green line above it, this is MPP minimum. So this is what MPP needs to get. You can't produce lower than this just because of the way the physical characteristics of the plant. And so, during the morning hours, we may have some overgeneration, and this is not, from solar, but you'll see later on how that factors in. So as the day progresses, the sun rises and you get more solar onto your system. And here we see on a spring day, the demand is right there, but then the solar comes in and it overtakes the demand. And so we have localized overgeneration here. And what do we do with that overgeneration? A lot of times we have to sell it at a loss. We have to figure out what to do with it. We've got to get it out. And the issue is, as you saw on the previous slide, everybody is having overgeneration, so nobody wants it. So a lot of times, like I said, it's being sold at a loss. Right there is your overgeneration. Right here is as the solar goes down, the evening, people come home, start turning on their ACs, start doing laundry. Everybody's just, coming home and turning on things. And so here we have the demand staying constant through the evening hours, but the solar goes away. So we need to meet that demand somehow. And that gray area right here is, what we need to meet it with dispatchable resources. Right there. Yep. And so, that could be lake, that could be MPP trying to be turned on. That's our ramp that we need to meet. And so how does our solar and battery sort of help us in this way? So that overgeneration during the day, we don't have to sell it back to people who don't want it at that time. We can absorb it with the battery in this case. And so we're not going to have to deal with this overgeneration for this solar system. And a lot of the solar, utility scale solar are coming online now. Most of them do have batteries attached to them, specifically to mitigate this issue of overgeneration. And so being able to shift, when we deliver that power, we soak it in during the day, and then as the sun goes away, but the demand stays, we're able to continue to deliver it in a very controlled way. Dispatchable resources. The third challenge that we have right now is in versus out of territory. And the question is, what is in and what is out of territory? So in territory, 17 square miles, Burbank Service Territory, on the left side right here, that is considered in territory. So anything that doesn't need a transmission line to be brought in, we would consider in territory. It doesn't have to be renewable. It could be MPP. MPP is in territory. But in our case, when we talk about in territory resource, we're going to talk about renewables that don't need a transmission line, because as we see here on the right, we have a lot of resources in Nevada, Utah, that there's a ton of open space. It's not like Burbank. Burbank's really built out. It's an urban environment. And you got fields and acres of available land that you could build solar. But the problem is, how are you going to bring it back? And transmission is increasingly hard to come by. The permitting and regulatory, there's just so many hurdles. You talk about like pass through, like nobody wants transmission lines passing through their territory, especially if they're not going to get the benefit. And so that's the big issue that we have before us. We're trying to fully resource 60% by 2030, and everybody's trying to do that. With SB 100, everybody's trying to get transmission where it's very hard to get it. And so as much as we can, we're trying to do in territory. The things we need to think about for in territory, though, that 2 megawatt is, compared to utility scale, which is hundreds of megawatts, is very small. And so we need to start, and we need to build many of these resources in territory. And so this RITC, while small, it is in territory, and it's not constrained by these transmission issues that we're seeing, with the out of territory, large utility scale solar resources. With that, those are the three challenges that I want to share with you guys as far as how this solar and battery is going to benefit the city. I'd like to share a little about the schedule. What we're looking at right now is a request for proposal release in Q3 2022, and we'd look to award that in Q1 2023, with construction probably taking about 2 years. That includes the design, the procurement of equipment, it includes construction as well, to be complete in Q1 2025. We estimate the cost for all those things, the design, equipment, labor, construction, to be $10 million. And with that, I'd like to open it up for any questions.
Thank you very much for your report. Very informative. Colleagues, any questions or comments? The recommendations to note and file. Anyone? Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions. I just wanted to thank staff. I thought the report was short, concise, but thorough, and it answered all the questions I had coming into it. Thank you.
I learned in territory, not territory.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Anyone else? So motion to note and file?
So moved.
Okay, second,
Second.
Councilmember Frutos. All those in favor? Okay, 5-0. Thank you.
Great,
Thank you very much for your report. The next item is a report on the implementation of a parking enforcement hybrid services pilot program. I welcome Burbank Police Captain Adam Cornels to present the report. Captain, welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. My name is Adam Cornels, and I'm here tonight to speak with you about the implementation of a pilot program for our parking enforcement unit. The reason I'm the one speaking to you about this is I'm the fairly newly appointed captain of the patrol division. Been in the spot about 2 months, and the Traffic Bureau and parking enforcement fall under my chain of command. To give some background, our parking enforcement unit is responsible for enforcing parking laws, removing vehicles that are obstructing the roadway, impounding abandoned vehicles. It's part of the Traffic Bureau and is currently organized with 10 parking control officers and 1 supervisor. All our parking enforcement positions currently are full-time, non-sworn employees. In the last few years, the Bureau or the unit has had some staffing challenges. We've had retirements, injuries, several newly hired PCOs and a supervisor who departed for opportunities at other agencies. The onboarding process to hire in new staff is not quick, and this has left us with some staffing challenges to fill the requirements and the expectations of our service delivery. Currently, we have 6 PCOs in the organization, no supervisor. 2 of those PCOs are out with long-term injury. I don't have a return date or an expected return date for them, and I'm looking at 3 retirements coming up in this year, which leaves me with 1, possibly. Yes, sir.
Do the math.
Yes, sir. Beginning last year, the department began exploring some other options for utilizing third-party service providers for parking enforcement. There are other cities in the region which have had similar challenges and contracted with a professional provider to provide parking enforcement services. Some of those cities that are comparable to us: Glendale, Pasadena, Alhambra, West Hollywood, Arcadia, and Inglewood. Our Traffic Bureau commander, in the end of last year, Lieutenant Fromer, began reaching out to some of his counterparts who had gone through this process, discuss the options, their transitions, benefits that they had seen, challenges they had faced with it. And I've met with my counterparts also in patrol captain level to discuss what their experience has been. With that, we've come up with a plan to implement a 1-year pilot program, combining our existing city staff and a private third-party service provider to basically give us the resources to provide a more efficient and flexible parking enforcement service and meet the expectations of the city and the community. Our department's going to maintain all our current parking enforcement employees. The service provider will fill in the balance. We expect they'll provide approximately 75% of our parking enforcement duties. And we're going to be utilizing the service provider's vehicles, uniforms, and equipment as part of this agreement. The selection of the provider has not been completed yet. We're going to be doing that in accordance with the city's established purchasing procedures. The request for proposal is being drafted to put out. And there's an expectation that the service provider is going to have a flexible scheduling model to support us adjusting their schedule to fill needs where we see them, and to adjust days and times and locations so that we're addressing the areas with the highest need. Our department PCOs are going to continue to provide service. Their focus is largely going to be on calls for service from the community with parking complaints, managing some more complex ongoing parking issues that we see in some areas where there's competition for parking spots, doing vehicle impounds, and then addressing specific community complaints. Our Traffic Bureau supervision is going to stay in constant contact with the service provider to make sure that their service is meeting our expectation and that we're adjusting things and being flexible to meet the needs that we see. And we'll evaluate the program on a regular basis and report out on our assessment of it to the city manager. Some potential benefits that we expect we would see from this program involve staffing. These service providers are going to be expected to provide an agreed upon number of staff for each shift. These are larger businesses. They have a pool of qualified people who work for them, and they can backfill absences due to illness, injury, retirements, other departures in a much more flexible manner than we can. With our full-time staff, if we have a couple people that are off vacation, out injured, we don't have the flexibility in staffing to fill those spots without pulling from somewhere else. We also expect they'll have schedule flexibility and scalability to adjust their hours and days of operation to address what we identify as being the times of our greatest need, so that we're getting the most efficient and effective use of them. The staff onboarding process we expect to be much quicker. The current process for onboarding staff at the PD can take up to a year to recruit, select, do backgrounds, and then ultimately hire somebody and train them. That's a big investment for us, and if people depart shortly after that, it's a hit. The service providers, like I said, are larger. They have a cadre of qualified staff that if we have a departure or somebody who isn't working out for us, if we're having an issue with them, we can replace them much more quickly than we can through the civil service hiring process. It also comes down to technology and equipment and expertise. These are larger private corporations. Their sole focus is on parking enforcement. They are much more experienced in the field, or in the overall region, and they're more flexible and agile in acquiring, maintaining, and identifying new technology than we are. We have a smaller perspective as a city, and our parking enforcement is one small part of that, whereas this is their sole focus, and they're much more up to date on innovations, and they're more able to be flexible and get what they need. As far as anticipated fiscal impact, this will not impact the city's general fund. We're going to be funding this pilot program completely out of salary savings from our currently vacant positions and future vacant positions that exist in the department budget. And depending on the assessment of the program and future direction, there's potential for recurring cost savings as far as salary, benefits, vehicles, and other materials and supplies that are recurring expenses for us in parking enforcement. I know there are going to be some concerns regarding this transition. I want to address a couple of them up front. Number one, I want to reinforce this is a pilot program. We're walking into this as an assessment with our eyes open and our mind open. We're not committing to this long term. We're going to use the money that is available now to give this a test drive and see if this is a better fit for us as a city and a department, if we're getting more effective and more efficient service from our parking enforcement unit by using this private contractor. These programs have worked well for other cities in our region, but we are unique, and we'll wait and see if this is going to be a good fit for us in a year. Number two, this isn't going to cost anybody their jobs. We're not going to be laying off or terminating any of our folks from parking enforcement. We're going to continue to employ our current staff in their roles. We're going to continue to recruit for the PCO position so that we have an eligibility list. And if we end up not going with a third-party provider, we'll be ready to onboard people at the end of this pilot program. The chief has met with reps from the BCEA who represent our employees in this program. He explained the rationale for the pilot program. They expressed they had an understanding for the need to address staffing, to provide service, and to stop the bleeding of folks in the position. To sum up their thoughts on it, they abstained from either supporting or opposing the program. So they're basically taking a wait-and-see approach also. There are a few service providers who operate in this area used by other cities around us. We have not selected one yet. The request for proposal is going to be going out shortly, and we'll wait and see what kind of proposals we get back from them. Also, the service provider, we're going to be paying on a flat rate as a contracted amount based on what they are providing as far as numbers of PCOs, vehicles, dispatchers, supervisors. This is not going to be a commission-based or a bonus based on the number of citations issued. We do anticipate that there will be an increase in citations just because there's going to be an increase in staffing levels and also more flexibility with addressing high needs. So we expect there to be an increase in citations, but we also expect there to be a balance between spirit of the law and letter of the law. We're not bringing somebody on to just go out there and write as many tickets as possible for every minor infraction that they see. That is a short overview of what our plan is for the pilot program. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to address them.
Thank you very much for the brief overview. No, it's exciting. It's something different that we are not used to, and like you stated, it's something new. You're going in with your eyes open, a fresh mind, and see if it works for Burbank.
Yes, sir.
Now let me weigh in real quick with a couple of questions that I have. Glendale's, what format are they using when they do PCOs? Do they have PCOs?
They are all private contract.
In Glendale?
With
They're all
3+,
private?
yes, sir.
Okay.
They have, I may not get the term right, but I believe they also have a CSO, a community service officer, who fills a little different role as opposed to just parking. Their parking enforcement is private contracted.
So the parking is private, but the community service officers are employees of the city?
Correct.
Okay. And they do more work than?
Yes, their role is very different as far as sometimes with traffic control, sometimes taking low-level crime reports. It's a very different role.
Yeah,
than just parking.
And I saw that when about 6-7 years ago, the family and I went to spring training in Arizona, and the person that was showing us where to park near the stadium, I went up to them and said, "So are you a police officer?" "No, I'm not a police officer. I'm a community service officer. We do this, we do details where there's a lot of public involved." So I go, wow, that's amazing. But yeah, it's something new and different. A couple of comments you made have me concerned. Recruitment is a long process. And I've mentioned this before. It's not the first time that's come up. Are we looking at it to see if we can make a better process? I know we've been doing this for years, but can we change what we've been doing this for years to make it especially in today's world, where we have to hire. Hiring is, we can't wait a year to hire somebody, right? And I don't mean drop the standards. Can we shorten the time limits between? If we look at a time process, a timeline of the way it used to be, 1 year, can we shorten it down to about 6 to 8 months?
Our personnel folks have done quite a bit to make it more efficient and shorten up that time frame. The year is probably on the outside, and a lot of it comes down to background investigations. In my previous role, I was a lieutenant in our personnel bureau, so I can speak with some knowledge on this. With background investigations and how quickly the prospective employee is responding to needs, or how widespread their background is, that can be a challenge. One of our biggest challenges is we really can't cut down the training process. The training process is what it is, and when somebody goes through the process, goes through training, and then chooses to give us maybe a year and then depart for somewhere else, it's difficult to project that, and that's where some of the biggest challenges come, is in the unprojected loss, and then also long-term injuries where we are unable to fill behind a spot, and we can't project when they're going to be back or if they're going to be back.
Yeah, I don't want to be a training ground for them to go somewhere else.
No, sir.
Right?
No.
We've got to look and see what are we doing wrong for them to be leaving. And I know, coming from the fire side, I know there's quality of life issues. I don't have to travel as far. If I live in Orange County, I go to Orange County, Fire Authority. I would rather work for them and not travel as far to Burbank. But nonetheless, I understand all this training, but is there anything else in the process that you can look at? And I know you've done it, like you said, especially in the background You can't, I don't want any shortcuts. I don't want lowering of standards, but, can we go from a year to maybe 8 or 9 months?
I'm sure we probably can. The answer a lot of times is it depends on the person.
Sure.
And I know since I departed that our Personnel Bureau has done quite a bit to streamline the process as far as the number of tests being done. Instead of setting dates, maybe only having 3 or 4 tests a year, upping that testing process so that it's more nimble, especially now with a lot of things being online based. So that has been done to accelerate the process. The unfortunate part is all I have is the historical numbers to go on, and I haven't seen the outcome of this yet. But we will have a recruitment process going for PCO shortly, and we'll see how our results
Another
come out.
comment you made was that a couple of members, PCOs, are off on injury, long-term injury.
Yes, sir.
So are we working with Human Resources, Management Services Department to work some kind of, right? Can we, or doctors, obviously we have to work with the doctors in regards to
Yes,
what?
we work closely with Management Services on any of our injured employees.
I know there was, when I was on the job, we used to call it fluorescent healing. Because when they pulled you off the field or, from a fire station into an office, guess what? You get fluorescent healing real quick and you start, I feel a lot better now.
Yes.
But
Understood, sir.
nonetheless, okay. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Councilmember Schultz.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick. So, Captain, thank you very much for the presentation. I guess I just had 2 questions, and these are passed along to me from some of our residents. So let's say we go with the pilot program. Whoever the service provider is, are they going to be working under an exclusive contract with the city of Burbank? If not, what are we going to do if we're having to share those services with other communities? How are we going to work to ensure that our needs are being met under the contract?
So they would likely not be exclusive. If you mean exclusive, meaning they only work for the city of Burbank? Most of these companies have multiple jurisdictions that are working for them, or they are working for. The expectation would be that, however, they would be staffing, I'm going to throw a number of let's say 8 PCOs. They're going to staff 8 PCOs and a supervisor to us on a shift schedule that we have deemed to be the most efficient and effective, and that those 8 and a supervisor are going to be working for us during that time. They're not going to be splitting their time between us and Glendale or us and North Hollywood or us in another jurisdiction. That if we are contracting for this number of personnel in this time period, that they are going to be here and they are going to be ours.
Okay, perfect. That does address the question. The other question is, I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more to, and I know it's probably premature until you know exactly who the service provider is, but are they going to be wearing clearly, marked uniforms? Are they going to be driving in clearly marked vehicles? Because this is going to obviously be a change for our community, so could you just speak a little bit more to those details?
Yes. The model we're looking at that we've seen at other cities is they will be providing their own uniforms, they'll be providing their own vehicles, providing their own equipment, but it is very distinctly marked, identifying them as parking enforcement. Some of them have an option to additionally label it as under contract to the city of Burbank, but they will be clearly uniform, clearly marked. And we will make sure that there's an aggressive campaign from our PIO to make sure that the community is aware of any change that may be coming.
Thank you, Captain. And I just have one more train of thought. What I didn't see in the report was, I know that we're not fully staffed, but how much in terms of revenue are our parking control officers currently generating, if you know?
I don't know at this time, but I can get that researched and get that information to you later.
Okay. Where I'm going with it is, and correct me if I'm getting any of this wrong, I would imagine that there will be cost savings, like you said, because there wouldn't be the same pension investment that we need to make. So my hope would be, and maybe you can speak to this, if we were able to have a fully staffed team using these service providers, not only are we going to have the cost savings, but we might be able to at least offset to an extent any of the cost of bringing them on board by having that increased enforcement. What are your thoughts on that?
That would be my expectation, is that we are going to see increased revenue from increased enforcement, because we will be much more flexible and able to keep a full-staffed unit, and we'll also be able to deploy them where we think, where we have the biggest problems and where they're going to be generating the most citations out of enforcement actions. So I would anticipate that we will see an increase in revenue based on this.
Okay, I'm on board. Thank you.
I just have
Sorry,
a
Vice
couple
Mayor.
quick. Thank you. I just have a couple quick questions. One, if we did this one-year pilot program, the folks who would be onboarded, they would still report to the police department, right? They would still be under
Yes.
Burbank PD.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they will be under contract to us, and their supervision would report directly to my traffic bureau commander.
Okay. And then earlier this morning, I spoke with the chief. He said when this report, after a year, we'd get a report back on how we're doing with this pilot program. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. The only thing I would ask is, and I hope my colleagues support me on this, before that one-year report comes to us, I would like to see that go to the police commission first, get their input, and then come to us. Would council be favorable to that? Would you guys want to see their input first and then it comes to us?
Sure.
Is that okay? All right. I would appreciate that. That way we can get some of their input before we weigh in. And then lastly, I'm going to be supporting this because I get a lot of complaints from small businesses in Magnolia Park specifically, where people way outstay the 1 hour and 2 hour parking limits. And you know, they're out there like, well, where's enforcement? And you know, it's obviously because there's way too much going on with not enough folks. And so I think this is a great step forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
I've got one more question. If this is if successful, the third party, PCOs, we're not going to be hiring through you mentioned that there's going to be still testing for PCOs. We want to have a list
Yes, sir.
ready to go whenever.
In the eventuality that we assess this program after a year and decide this is not the fit for us, then I want to have a list ready to go to fill our normal
Would
complement.
there be any, instead of testing for PCOs, why don't we just go ahead and test for community service officers
I'm on board with that too,
and
sir.
be ahead of the game?
I'm good with that too, sir. And the honest truth is we can do both.
Thinking outside the box, because if we, let's say a year from now, this is a successful program, we want to keep it. The chief says you want to keep it, city manager says you want to keep it, city council, it's been good. So we can just go ahead and start with the CSOs right away.
Yes, sir.
I mean, but anyway, that'll be a discussion for a future date. Right, thank you, chief. Any colleagues, anything?
Mayor Talamantes?
Yes, Councilmember Springer?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the report. So why do you think the positions are so difficult to fill, the PCOs?
I don't know that I have a good answer for that. I think we have filled them in the past, and then people have departed. I know some have departed to go move out of state. Sometimes it is a thankless job. People are very rarely happy to have an encounter with a PCO. And so it takes a special kind of person to be able to take on that challenge. And recently we've just had challenges holding on to people.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? The report is recommendations to note and file. We'll make a motion.
I'll move to note and file.
Second.
Okay. Motion and second. Did you want to say something,
Yeah,
City
Mr.
Manager?
Mayor, just real quick,
Yes.
we will come back in a year from execution of the agreement, but also prior to that, the direction, we got some direction to come back to the police commission prior to going for the year review with the council. So just wanted to note that on record.
Great, thank you very much. So 5-0, did we take a vote already? There we are, 5-0, thank you. One more last thing.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations on the recent promotion.
Thank you, sir.
Take care.
Thank you.
Is this your Thank you, Chief. The fifth report this evening is the introduction of an uncodified ordinance approving a military equipment funding, acquisition, and use policy pursuant to Assembly Bill 481. Presented this report is Burbank Police Chief Michael Albanese. Welcome, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member, Fruto, Springer, and Schultz. What I'm going to talk about tonight is Assembly Bill 481, and it's called military equipment. When the legislators wrote the bill, there was specificity as far as what was required by the cities to comply with the legislation. The first thing is that the legislators named it military equipment. Some of the equipment that they identify in the legislation is really unique to law enforcement and not to the military. So it's military and specialized equipment. But and this is more for the community because the staff report outlines all of this and gives a good storyboard as far as what is required. But what is required for to help out the public here is that there has to be a policy that discusses the military equipment, that identifies a coordinator, provides the inventory equipment of the municipality, and then also requires an annual report of what is in the inventory of that police department presently, and if there's any future acquisitions, is that it is presented to what they call the governing body. In this case, it's our city council. So the legislation also required that the policy that the departments generate be posted on the website for at least 30 days before presenting to council. We presented we uploaded our policy March 9th and then actually posted it March 10th. And with 30 days, there has to be a presentation to the governing body, city council, for the approval of a policy, ordinance, and also review of the equipment. The purpose of the legislation is transparency and oversight, so city council knows what's in our inventory and the community knows what's in our inventory. Some of the equipment that we have in our inventory has been presented and discussed at other city council sessions because it was grant-driven equipment, where grants, either UASI or SHISCAP, grants underwrote the equipment. So the policy is online, and tonight we're talking about the equipment. I will share this with you, is that when you say military equipment, and I heard some of the callers that called in, it can be have an appearance of being menacing sounding, but understand is that the extraordinary equipment that we have and we use is, number one, infrequent, and typically it is used when lives are in peril. There is oversight, there's command oversight. This is a discipline that I'm pretty familiar with, and with any time that any of this extraordinary equipment is used, it is with purpose, and I look at it as all life-saving. So I will make myself available for any questions about policy, about our inventory, and about the ordinance moving forward.
Thank you, Chief, for your presentation. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Vice Mayor Anthony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief. It looks to be like two separate things that we have in front of us. One is the ordinance, and the other is a list. There's like 12 items here. If it's okay, could we vote on the ordinance, and then if it's possible, we could go through the list separately, Mr. Mayor? Would that be all right?
Well, let me ask our city attorney. What do you think?
So you can go through it in whichever way. The statutory requirement is to have the policy adopted by ordinance. It must be brought to you prior to May 1st, which the department has done. It must be adopted by the council within 180 days of having been brought to you, or they have to stop using this equipment, which they have been using for many years under the conditions that Chief Albanese explained. So the most important thing is that we have a policy adopted. The policy being adopted is independent from the list, and the policy permits the department to continue to use the equipment that they currently have in their possession.
Now, having heard that, Vice Mayor, what is the purpose of going down the list? Are you asking the council to say yes, no, yes, no?
Yeah, so each of these is, from my understanding, it's a line item in our city budget. So once we either yes or no on the adoption of the policy, which I'm in favor of, I'm in favor of supporting the policy, we can go through and on each of these items make a determination if we want to see the police department continue or discontinue using these. Is that my understanding of this, Mr. McDougall?
I'll let Chief Albanese respond more specifically.
So maybe this might be helpful. I do have a PowerPoint that has some of the photos of the equipment that may be helpful so you have a visual reference, and I can give you the purpose of the item. I don't think you need a picture of a gun, a rifle, because you know what that is. But will that help? Yeah. And then I can also provide a historical perspective as far as our command post and what other use it has during a unusual occurrence. Would that help, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, sure. I mean, can we do that after we vote on the ordinance? I'd like to take that separately is what I...
Yeah, let's go ahead and take the ordinance first, and then we'll address the second issue after that. So, colleagues, any more discussion on the ordinance or a motion? Anybody? Oh, Councilmember Frutos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. I'd like to introduce an uncodified ordinance of the Council of the City of Burbank approving the military equipment funding, acquisition, and use policy pursuant to Assembly Bill 481 in Attachment 1.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Schultz. Any further discussion? Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Frutos,
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor, go on with your thought.
Thank you. And then what I'd like to do, we can have the presentation, and then I'd like to just get a quick description on these 12 items and then take a vote up or down if we want to keep them or
Should we
not
go
keep
ahead and
them.
let the chief present? his
Certainly.
PowerPoint?
I have about 6 slides here that may be helpful. Garen, thank you.
Okay, were there any questions on those slides?
Yeah. Approved? 1, 2, 3, go. Here we go. Okay, slide number 2, if you would. So when we talk about a mobile command post, it is transportable. It's a vehicle that houses a lot of technology. So certainly in the midst of a crisis for command and control, it is a resource that we use for command and control. When our 911 service goes down, is that this becomes our 911 center. And we have used it during the building renovation, that this vehicle was outside of the building, and this was our 911 center. In the event that there is an earthquake or some other catastrophic event, we are relying on this vehicle to be our emergency center. During the fires that we had a handful of years ago, this vehicle was used by police and fire for command and control to manage resources being deployed, evacuations, and public welfare, public safety. So that is the value of the command post. The command post was underwritten by a grant. You go to the next slide. So we have a rescue vehicle, and we have seen these vehicles before. This is also a vehicle that was underwritten by a grant. It's an armored vehicle. This is what I call a safe haven. In the event that we had a crisis that was fraught with violence, gunfire, explosive, this is the vehicle that will rescue victims to get them to a safe place. This is the vehicle that will transport fire personnel, paramedics to victims so that they can be triaged. So although it may look menacing, it is a vehicle that has great value, and it's a vehicle when you see it in the midst of a crisis, you take comfort because help is on the way. The next slide, please. This is a SWAT robot. And anytime you have SWAT and robot in the same sentence, I think visually you're looking for a RoboCop. You're looking for something very large and menacing, and you see the size of this. So what is, Viviana, what did you say it is? So this is like Wall-E's puppy, okay? So, but the versatility of this device is that in the event that we have a barricade, and our officers are deployed around a house, a business, and instead of officers going inside, we can deploy the robot, and there is audio and video. The audio is helpful because we can communicate to someone who is inside, who is refusing to surrender, whatever the circumstances are, and without putting our personnel in harm's way. There's other iterations of robots that go from this size to very large, but this is a pretty agile device, and we have used it just a handful of times over the years, and it is an officer safety issue and a community safety device that I look to use. The next slide. So then we have what we call diversionary devices. Most of this is going to be chemical agents. So you have CS gas, you have CN gas, you have liquid, you have aerosol, you have powder, and there's different types of gases that can be deployed, and again, in an extraordinary crisis situation. So the last incident that we had where either tear gas was deployed and or a noise diversionary device was October 12th of last year. We had a male who was in a residence, a duplex, who began burrowing into the neighboring residence that had a mom and a young daughter. That individual had a rifle in his residence, and it was clear to the victim and daughter that something bad was going to happen. Ultimately, we get out there, we deploy our resources, we establish communication, but the suspect refuses to come out. So look at context. We have a suspect that is barricaded. He has been pretty demonstrative as far as behavior that is unsettling and threatening to victims, and certainly a threat to the public. So it's the time, talk, and tear gas. We spent a lot of time out there. We spent hours talking to him, and ultimately there were one chemical agent was deployed along with the noise flash device, and the individual came out. We took him into custody without any force that was used. So when you look at the storyboard or the circumstances, the behavior of the suspect and the environment, great outcome. Without these resources, I don't know what the outcome would have been. So that's why we have a SWAT team. That's why we train a lot. We also have pretty high community expectations, is that in the event that there's a crisis in this city, is that we have the wherewithal, the resources, the training, the equipment, and the knowledge to manage these incidents. So the next slide is a 40 millimeter, what they call a sponge round. So this is a soft impact round. So someone that is armed with a knife, an edged weapon, a hammer, an axe, a tree limb, a baseball bat, and the distance is greater than the taser use, is that we can use a 40 millimeter to deploy to disable or stop threatening behavior. This would fall into the police category of equipment, specialized equipment, and not military equipment. And the next slide is a recent purchase, and I would ask folks to harken back to about a year and a half ago when nationally we had a nation that was unsettled and uneasy, and you had demonstrations throughout the nation. And if you folks will remember, we had folks that were asking us, what are we going to do, we the police department are going to do in the event that there's looting, burning of businesses and homes, what are we going to do? And if you recall, we had businesses on Magnolia and Olive that started boarding up their businesses because they saw what was occurring in Santa Monica and Beverly Hills and on the west side of Los Angeles. Now, this type of pepper ball would have been used in that situation to deter folks from bad behavior. Now, the community expected us to be prepared to stop untoward behavior. And during that whole civil unrest, Burbank did not experience a bad outcome. Part of it was we were prepared, but we also worked very hard to communicate and liaison with the folks that were protesting so that we established a relationship and facilitated First Amendment processes. So the equipment we have in our inventory has purpose. There's nothing frivolous, and it is the use is limited, but there's oversight. There's command oversight. So a captain or above or myself is going to have the DNA as far as what extraordinary equipment will be used during an extraordinary crisis. So I'm not trying to sell you anything here, but I tell you what happened today in New York? In New York on the subway, who expected that? And the weapon that was used, the gas that was deployed, and at some point, law enforcement is going to have to find that suspect, search for that suspect. They're going to depend on equipment that we're talking about here today. So that's it on PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
So I don't know if that helps the Vice Mayor as far as a visual reference to equipment and the purpose of that equipment. I don't know if that's helpful at all.
Vice Mayor?
Well, very, very helpful.
How do you want to proceed?
I mean, I would ask that if it's possible, the city clerk could just go through item by item, and if we have any specific questions, and if not, we can just take a vote up or down whether we want to continue using each of these 12. If
Well,
that's
should we have a motion and then?
So let me give you,
Hey,
Mr. Mayor, if I
Yeah.
could.
Councilmember Springer has a question, real quick.
Yes, Chief, thank you very much for your presentation and your PowerPoint. And when I saw this agenda item, I thought of 25 years ago in North Hollywood, there was a bank robbery. And I remember at that time thinking the police are outgunned here. And so in that bank robbery, there were just two bank robbers and they were very heavily armed. And there were 20 people who were injured. There were 12 police officers and 8 people. And so is that what you're calling like an extraordinary circumstance?
So that's a great case study Councilmember Springer, thank you for bringing it up. I was there. I was in the middle of that. And this anecdotally is what I'll share with you. The community was furious, was absolutely furious. And it wasn't at us, it was at government, because we were ill-equipped to engage suspects that had high-powered rifles. That one event changed law enforcement, that and Columbine. And because they were waiting for their SWAT team. I was working at LAPD SWAT at the time, and was part of the solution, if you will. So you're absolutely right as far as being outgunned. But we have to be measured on this, and I believe this organization is very measured as far as what equipment we have. We don't have 50 calibers. We don't have anything that's mounted on the Bearcat. We don't have tanks, but we do have weapons to contain and manage in the midst of a crisis. So that's a long way of answering your question. Is that an extraordinary crisis? And absolutely. February 27th, 1997. Yeah.
Yes. And so another question in this list, are there anything, any items that you would say that you don't need?
No. In fact, in the future, we will probably come back to you to request permission to upgrade our drone program and system, because of the technology has advanced so much, and the successes that we've had with the drones. And for the public, it's not the drones we're using for crime scene mapping. It does measurements, it does 3Ds, it does some really great things to memorial or codify an incident. And we used it on August 3rd. The horrific traffic fatality is that it was the drones that did the schematics. And we have had great success using the drones in finding and rescuing lost hikers, injured hikers, because of how nimble they are versus an airship that can not get between canyons and get within 50 feet of an individual. The technology part of it is, and I'll fast forward, is that it's the flight time. The flight time now is 23 minutes, and we want to be able to double that. Otherwise, you're constantly bringing the drone back to station. But as far as our inventory, there is nothing on there. And I did side by side with our staff. Is there anything on here that we don't need or could live without? And not really, because we just don't know what will happen. And I don't want to be here on a night to explain to folks why we weren't able to provide for their safety.
Right. So, I mean, I can go through the list, just to look at the list, but I don't feel comfortable voting yes or no to eliminate something from the list. Is that what you'd like to do, Vice Mayor?
Joe, did you want to say something?
Mr. Mayor, yeah,
Yes.
I was just going to sorry, my camera's off. My apologies. Just to give some context, and I'll direct you to exactly what action the council already took this evening and the action that you will take when this comes back for formal adoption. So this item is not over. You've introduced an uncodified ordinance. I will direct you to attachment 1, page attachment 1-1. This is the ordinance that you introduced this evening. I'll direct your attention to finding G. Finding G is a finding that the equipment inventoried and presented is necessary because there's no reasonable alternative. Finding H is that the equipment will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. Finding I is that the equipment is reasonably cost-effective. And each of these findings is actually specified in the bill and in the statute. I'll direct you to attachment 3, page 6, sub D. This is the actual statute in Government Code Section 7071. These are the same findings. D1, the governing body shall only approve the military equipment use policy pursuant to this chapter if it determines the following. A is as to necessity. B as to safeguarding. C as to reasonably cost effective. So that's the ordinance you've introduced. So you have the list, right? So I think the necessity factor goes to whether each of these items you believe are necessary. And so, to Vice Mayor's point, he has some questions about necessity. You've had a presentation. And so whether it's this evening or whether it is at the time you adopt this ordinance, which is now introduced, it's certainly within your purview to ask that question because that's the finding you've made upon introduction.
Okay, so I believe that they're necessary.
Okay, so are you through, Councilmember Springer?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Frutos?
I also feel, at looking at the list and having a prior conversation with the chief and the city manager, it's really about preparedness. It's about being ready. And even though on the optics, like we heard a caller call in that apparently the vice mayor put a comment out on Twitter or text message, whatever he did, regarding the robot. At the end of the day, the Burbank Police Department, the men and women, have always done their best to protect us. So while we see these robberies, while we see these stores, even during the civil unrest when the city of Santa Monica, the city of Beverly Hills, the city of Long Beach was being burned and pillaged, it's really about public safety. And I think that the way the vice mayor wants to take us, either you trust the chief or you don't trust the chief at all. He's already explained the justification for this equipment. So I like to make a motion to support the equipment and quit wasting time. Because at the end of the day, if we're gonna argue about a robot, and coming from my background, especially being from the bomb squad, they have a whole truck that carries a robot. When it comes to a hostage situation in a house, why would you send a human being in? You can send a robot in with the two-way microphone and begin the hostage negotiation, which our chief has subject matter expertise in that area. I don't want to defund the police department. I don't want to have them not prepared. Anytime a city council elected body starts to get involved in the acquisition of public safety needed equipment from a command post to anything else, are we willing, with everything that's happening in today's society? I want the men and women of the Burbank Police Department trained, held accountable for their actions, but most important, have them properly equipped. And if you think that by looking at this and criticizing every piece of equipment that's needed, that the chief has already explained, it's in the report. Look at the city of Santa Monica. Now their crime is out of control. I remember being a policeman and listening to the council members of the city of Santa Monica curtail the police department. And guess what? Crime in Santa Monica is out of control. It's been in the radio, it's been in the news. I asked council members, I want to put a motion forward that we support the chief and his equipment, like we say we support our police department. And God, let's not have them underprepared, because all it takes is one incident that we restricted their equipment to preserve life, to rescue. I mean, look at Saugus High School out in Santa Clarita. Nobody expected that, and look how close it is. We are living in a very challenged society where there's guns all over town now. We have ghost guns. The president is trying to pass legislation. Our society, God, it's a scary place. I want to make sure, as one council member, that I support my police department. and I support the equipment they have because I don't want them to be caught off guard while they're trying to save a neighborhood, a resident. We've had incidences that we had to use a taser to control somebody in our own household here in Burbank. And not to mention our mutual aid when they roll into Glendale, and they've had shootings in Glendale. They've had robberies in Glendale. Our society is changing. Please, council members, I'd like to make a motion that we support what's in the report and move this agenda forward. Don't micromanage our chief of police with the inventory. That's my motion. If anybody wants to second that, great. If not,
There's a motion by Councilmember Frutos. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's a second by Councilmember Springer. Let me give the Vice Mayor, is there anything that you want to respond to or add to?
Yeah, I mean, Councilmember Frutos, you make some excellent points, and I respect your position. And you know, don't misquote me. I appreciate the chief's expertise on this source material and all of his years in this experience in not just Burbank Police Department and LAPD and all of that he brings to the table. Earlier today, though, I sent out a tweet and I asked folks, hey, please let me know which of these 12 items you want to keep. And the overwhelming response was a lot of these we don't need. And that's just from the public. And so I'm trying to manage, yes, the expertise coming from our department, which I appreciate, but also folks from the community who are reaching out and saying, I don't feel comfortable with our police department having X, Y, and Z. And honestly, you know, some of these are redundant. You know, I can't say that every single one of these we absolutely need. I mean, we need a SWAT robot and a drone. We need a Bearcat and a mobile command center.
okay, let's break it down. You need a Bearcat because if you have a hostage situation, if you have an active shooter, if you have a victim that goes down and there's somebody shooting,
Councilmember Frutos,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Vice
I know you're
Mayor.
very passionate. We heard your plea. I'm giving the Vice Mayor a chance to speak.
Okay.
Whether he's right or
Noted.
wrong. We have a motion on the floor in a second, so I'm giving him a chance to speak, and I'm also, Councilmember Schultz has raised his hand as well. So.
Thank you, Mr.
Vice
Mayor. I understand. I will yield. Thank you, sir.
I'm done. I'm okay.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor yields. Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been fun being in the gallery on this one. So before I go on, Mr. City Attorney, I actually had a question. I'm a little lost procedurally. It would have seemed to me, and maybe I'm wrong, that if the Vice Mayor had any issue with any of the necessity findings, that the appropriate thing would have just been maybe he doesn't vote for the ordinance when it comes back. I mean, I'm fine to go one by one or to take Councilmember Frutos' motion, but I thought the whole thing was kind of unnecessary since we were just introducing the ordinance tonight. But if I'm wrong, I mean, let me know. I'm all ears.
The council has flexibility in how they accomplish this objective, how they satisfy the Senate bill and the government code sections. So what's required is this transparency process. What's required is that the police department prepare the policy, that they do the public outreach, that they posted the policy and the equipment listing. All of that has been satisfied. What's required is that this ordinance come to council before May 1st to commence the process. So we're on track. We had a relatively swift motion and a second to introduce the ordinance. That was perfectly appropriate. If the council has questions to revisit the list, it can be fit in this way. Vice Mayor could abstain. Vice Mayor could also say, we need a policy, but I don't agree with the equipment. But again, that's a majority vote. So the ordinance is introduced, but it takes a second meeting to adopt the ordinance. And so I wanted to point out to the council that the ordinance is consistent with the statute, and the first finding is as to necessity. So that's where you could have this discussion as to the necessity, and there's a motion and a second on the floor regarding that issue.
Okay, thank you. That answered my question. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll be brief. I just had a couple points and questions I wanted to highlight.
Sure, go ahead.
So, Chief, first of all, with regards to one of the callers who was talking about the size of the Burbank Police Department budget, He said it's about a third of our general fund. It's actually closer to 30%, but I digress. But I wanted to be clear, most of the tools that you're talking about tonight, those are from grant funding as opposed to general fund. Is that right?
It is, and there's a price point breakdown in the inventory and I think source. So anything related to munitions and weapons comes from our budget. The high end, the mobile command post grant, the Bearcat grant, the SWAT robot grant.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. That definitely answers the first question. The second point I wanted to make was just I really do hope that the callers who called in tonight are still watching, because if you see a tweet or you see a one-word line, it can be a little bit misleading. Just because the state legislature has categorized something as military equipment, I would caution against throwing common sense out the window. For example, in the statute, a drone is, considered military equipment, but I think we have to dig deeper for that necessity finding. What is the purpose of the drone? If it's crime scene mapping, that's a very different purpose than what might come to mind when you first hear the term drone. The same one, which I got to be honest, subsection C, subsection 5, the command and control vehicle, which frankly looked like an overbuilt RV to me, equipped with communications equipment. Again, it's important that we go through this process, and I'm perfectly fine, Vice Mayor, if you want to ask as many questions as you want. But again, I would just say, just because it's been categorized as military equipment doesn't mean that we have to throw the common sense out the door. There is a purpose for all of this equipment. My last question to it before I get to my final point, Chief, training. These equipment pieces that we're talking about, can any beat cop use it? Or can you talk a little bit more about, what kind of training you have to go through to take the Bearcat, for instance, or anything like that?
So for the SWAT specific equipment, there's 2 training days a month. For the Bearcat is a bit of an outlier, and this is where I got to be in my bonnet one night, is that there was an incident, this goes back when I was a captain, I believe, I could have been a deputy chief, is that there was an incident where the Bearcat was needed, and they were going to wait for SWAT to bring it out, and it didn't make sense. So we did training for everyone in the organization. We have it set up so that off hours when there's no SWAT personnel, that a patrol officer can get the vehicle out to a location, especially if there's a need for a life-saving effort or just as a barricade, if you will, if there's an ongoing threat. But for the most part, it's the tactical folks that drive it. I've driven it before, but folks that drive it have had the training. The robot, handful of folks, there's certification for that. Certainly for the drone, there's certification. Command post vehicle, I think that you have to have a Class C license.
Got it. Thank you, Chief. So the last point I'll make is, Vice Mayor, if you want to go through and ask you questions as it relates to each item, I'm perfectly fine with that. And I'm fine with it because this is the public oversight and education process. But I did want to share my perspective very briefly as a prosecutor. I don't have the experience that the chief does or Councilmember Frutos as a retired cop. But what I can tell you is that in my experience, a lot of the tools that we're talking about actually can enhance public safety, because you are taking a person, an officer on a suspect encounter out of the situation. Take, for example, the example that Councilmember Frutos was referring to in a hostage standoff. Sending in that robot with the phone line to establish that level of communication, I think in a lot of ways can be less dangerous than having an armed officer encountering someone who might be in an incoherent mental state, who might be distressed. And, you put people in a pressure cooker situation and you just pray that someone doesn't pull a weapon because they feel that it's necessary. This is something I've been around a long time. I grew up as a high school student in the shadow of the Thurston High School shooting, which was, I think, a year before Columbine. I've spent my career around this stuff. And again, Chief, I thought the index was really detailed. I'd love to talk about them all tonight. I do trust our Burbank Police Department that they understand quite clearly that these are always tools of last resort. If we don't have to bring out these tools, we don't want to. But at the same time, I want to make sure that our officers have the equipment they need to do their job, to do it safely, to go home to their families safely at the end of the day, and to keep the public safe, and to reduce those instances where you have a person-on-person situation with an armed suspect and an armed officer. And again, just in my experience, not that I know everything, you put those two people both armed in a high-pressure situation, and you see shootouts a lot of the time. And these tools can help prevent that, and that's what I'm all about, and I think we all are. So thank you all for indulging me. And again, Vice Mayor, if you want to ask your questions, I'm perfectly fine. I think it'd be good to help make those necessity findings, but where I'm at right now, I think I can make that finding as it relates to each item.
Let me just remind everybody, my colleagues, that there's a motion and a second. Okay, so is there any further discussion, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just real quick on the motion and the second. I'm not asking tonight that, my colleagues support removing all 12 items, right? But there's got to be at least one or two here that we can look at and be honest with ourselves that we don't absolutely need. And honestly, the two that I'm looking at most, number 9 and number 10, the two chemical agents listed here, it seems kind of redundant that we have both, the kinetic system, the force weapons, the non-lethal rounds and all of that, and we have all of these chemical weapons. I would just ask and encourage my colleagues to at least consider removing number 9 and number 10 from our police use. And I get that, we can make the findings that it's absolutely necessary, but I think there's a limit there. And I think just removing at least those two would give our community a peace of mind, knowing that there's not going to be chemical weapons used, even if it's, as a diversionary method. I mean, it's listed here, diversionary device. I just don't think
Let
we
me
should
just
use
weigh
it.
in on this. We have a subject matter expert. He's the chief of police for the Burbank Police Department. He's the one that's telling us, yes, we need all these. You had a survey done, some of your people that follow you responded, and they said, we don't need this, we don't need that, we don't need that. Nobody contacted me and said the same things. I don't know if anybody else was contacted, any other council members. So I'm going to leave it up to the chief to tell us what he needs. It's always better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. And if he tells me that all these things that have been identified he needs, I'm not going to second guess him.
Well, let me ask the chief then. I mean, the two items that I'm talking about.
So,
here, the
if I could,
device
Mr.
and
Mayor,
all that.
this is beside the motion, and there's
Yeah,
a
we
motion
have
and a second
yeah,
to move
we're
on.
discussing something.
It's
We're
either
going
gonna,
off haywire again one more time.
Sure.
Let's address the motion in the second, and we'll see where it takes us. Everybody, okay, Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Frutos,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony,
No.
Mayor Talamantes.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for that very lengthy discussion, which is very good. We need those.
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to thank everyone for taking the time to go through it with me. I do appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. Next item is the final report of the evening is a consideration of public comment and communication options for public city meetings and continuation of virtual meetings until May 3rd, 2022. I welcome Ms. Viviana Garzon, Administrative Analyst of the City Manager's Office. Welcome, Ms. Garzon.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and members of the City Council. Viviana Garzon, Administrative Analyst with the City Manager's Office. Well, here we are. It's been 2 years since we have opened the council chambers to the public and had an in-person council meeting. Who could have ever imagined that the doors to the chambers would have closed during a public meeting? Who could have ever imagined all we went through the past 2 years? At the March 15th meeting, council approved the three-phase transition to resume in-person city council meetings as well as boards, commissions, and committee meetings. As you can see on the slide here, this was the transition that council approved. Last week was the first time in 2 years when all city staff presented from inside the council chambers. There was definitely a positive energy on the second floor of City Hall. I think Mayor Talamantes, you felt it as well. And a mutual happiness amongst staff that things were finally going back to normal. Beginning next week on Monday, April 18th, all 5 council members will be inside the chamber sitting on the dais. And for Vice Mayor Anthony and Council Member Schultz, this will be the first time since you were elected in November 2020 that you will sit up front. On May 3rd, we will open the doors to the council chambers and invite the members of the public to join us. This report has 2 parts. At the March 15th meeting, I mentioned that that would be likely the last time that you adopt the findings to continue virtual meetings per AB 361. Well, I apologize because that's not the case. This today will likely be the last time council has to adopt the findings, which will cover the period from today, April 12th, through May 3rd. We appreciate your understanding in ensuring the city council meets the city of Burbank meets the requirements of AB 361. So that's the first part. The second part of this report, and I think that's the most important part of what I'm presenting, is the public comment process when we resume in-person public meetings on May 3rd. There is no doubt to anyone here that the public comment period is an essential part of every public meeting. That is the opportunity for the public to participate and inform the governing body, being the council, their views on any matter concerning city business and/or items on the agenda. Next slide, please. After careful analysis, staff recommends that the city return to the pre-pandemic public comment and communication process for all in-person public city council, board, commission, and committee meetings. In this option, the public comment process would resume as it was prior to Governor Newsom declaring a state of emergency in spring 2020. This process fully maximizes the public comment period, and it was effective as well as inclusive for many years prior to the pandemic that rocked our world, right? It just changed things very, very much for all of us. A few key points I want to note with this option that staff is recommending. A general public comment period will be available at the start of the regular meeting. In addition, a public comment period would be available for each item under reports to the City Council. So if we use today's meeting as an example, there would be a total of 7 public comment periods, right? 1 general public comment period and 1 for each of the reports on the agenda. If a member of the public wished to speak 7 times, they definitely could. 2 additional opportunities would remain available for the public to communicate with City Council. E-comments on the City of Burbank website at burbankca.gov/e-comments, and emailing comments to the City Council at citycouncil@burbankca.gov. There was a second option on the staff report that was presented to Council, and that's the continuation of the call-in option during the public comment period. Due to the cost and the logistics of the second option, staff does not recommend that option. A total of 4 staff are involved in the coordination of the call-in public comment period at every City Council meeting. There's like a production team in one of the offices that handles the call-in comments, the call-in public period. This is not staffing for the whole meeting. This is solely staffing to support the call-in process. The average cost to run the call-in public comment period per meeting is about $3,000. From April 7th, 2020 through April 5th, 2022, City Council has held 62 virtual regular meetings. And thus far, for those 62 meetings, the city has spent about $186,000. This amount includes staff cost for hourly employees, but does not take into account staff on salary. We can see that while this option has been the most effective process when meeting in person was not safe to do so, it is not the best long-term solution. A few important things to note with the second option. Only one general public comment period per regular meeting would remain available, limiting the public's opportunity to speak. And all members of the public present inside the council chambers here wishing to speak during public comment period would have to go first. We would allow them to go first. And individuals calling in would follow. Unfortunately, staff would not be able to inform callers their place on the line or the wait time. Together, the city team and the Burbank community have adapted over the last 2 years with grace, patience, and understanding. I would like to acknowledge and thank the Burbank Water and Power Communications team and the Information Technology team, the majority of them are here, for setting the call-in process we have used over the past 2 years. As we resume life as we knew it before the pandemic, it will be great to see members of the public back in the council chambers and participating in the public meetings. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Garzon, thank you very much for your report. Colleagues, who wants to start the discussion? Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Garzon, thank you for the presentation. I don't have any questions, but I guess just for point of conversation, I completely see the rationale for option A, but in this case, I'm actually leaning towards option B, and I'll tell you why. It's not the reason, but I would just note that other communities, including our neighbor to the east, Glendale, is exercising a hybrid option. And I think that, there's been a lot of good it's hard to say, but there is some good, I should say, that has been born out of the pandemic. And that would be that we're seeing a greater level of participation than we ever have before. Working parents, I know a little bit about that, who maybe couldn't make it to City Hall, have the option to call in. Yes, we have e-comment, and there is always the option to write an email. But I still think this is a very good thing. We have an unprecedented level of people that are calling and participating in our government in a way they haven't before. And I would just hate to do anything to discourage that. The other point I would just quickly make is that while I'm optimistic, we're going to move forward and the worst of this is behind us. There is a slight chance always that if we saw an uptick in cases, we may need to go back to a hybrid or virtual model at some point in the future. And so I think there's some value in keeping the phone-in comment, resurrected at least for a while. So I think option B with a 3-month trial run would be perfectly acceptable. And I guess the only question I do have, Ms. Garzon, is correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the school board doing something very similar? I think they're taking in-person comment, but also allowing phone-in comment. I don't know if you have any information on that.
The school board, they are doing the hybrid. Currently, they are doing.
Okay. So I will belabor the point.
Councilmember Schultz, our assistant city manager, is going to add to that as well.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, members of the council. I just wanted to add that what the school board is doing is that the public has to email them in advance of the meeting and advise them that they want to call in. So it's a bit of a different hybrid than what we would be doing, because if they haven't called it, if they didn't call in or email that they wanted to call in, then they don't get to call in that night. So if nobody emailed them, by the deadline, then there's no call-in process. So I just wanted to make it clear that their hybrid is a little bit different.
Got it. And I guess my only follow-up to that would be, what is staff's position on doing something like that? Would that be acceptable? I mean, I know you're not recommending option B, but if there was some happy medium like that, is that something staff would feel is better?
So you're saying if we would consider the public emailing us, right? For them to have the opportunity to call in?
Yeah. Right. If staff has concerns about just keeping the phone lines open, what about letting someone email and say they want to call in? And the reason I'm asking, and then I'm going to let go because I know Councilmember Springer wants to ask a question, is that, email only goes so far. And I can say from personal experience, you can write a lot in an email, but it doesn't capture tone and intonation of your voice. There is still value in the spoken word. And so maybe somebody does really want to call in and can't physically be present. So, if the concern is about keeping the phone lines open entirely, what if we did something similar to the school board? If somebody reaches out and says, hey, I'd like to call in, would that be a more acceptable alternative to staff, or do you have the same concerns?
In that situation, we would still require all the staff to be here, right? So the same 4 staff that are in the production team of the call-in, the current call-in process would still have to be here. Yes. There's 2 staff on that wing of City Hall during that time. There's 2 here in the office next to the chambers, and also additional IT staff to troubleshoot if a problem arises.
But that would be one way of judging how many speakers might be there over the phone. If we ask them, like the school district, I don't know how far in advance they have to submit your email, or request to speak. I'm sure that's a good way of judging. Well, we got 10 speakers that'd like to speak tonight, because they already gave their emails. They sent their emails by 10 o'clock in the morning, the day of.
I don't disagree with that. That would make it easier for us to know who's going to be calling in. I can't recall if it was 24 hours in advance. I don't recall, or if there's a cutoff the day of the meeting. I honestly cannot recall. I would say, personally, I think that if we're going to move forward with continuing a hybrid, we should just keep doing what we're doing, because I think that's going to limit public speaking even more, because people then have to go one extra step to make sure that they want to speak, and they would have to, let us know in advance as to whether or not they want to. And at the end of the day, it's not going to change our process. So it seems it might be more limiting than you might want it to be. And it's another thing for staff to have to address, because then we have to screen who can call in and who can't. Theirs is a little bit different because they use Zoom. And so what that means is that on the panel, they are able to say, okay, this person had already pre-told us they were going to be on, so they let him in on the Zoom, right? Making a phone call in, we would have to then verify who told us they were going to call in, and ensure that phone number matched what they told us that they would be calling in on. Otherwise, we're going to have to be telling people, sorry, you didn't let us know in advance that you were going to call in. I just think it's going to be confusing for people. It's probably an added burden for the public. And I think if you choose, my recommendation would be, if you choose to consider to have a hybrid, it's best to just leave the phone lines the way they are, that people can call in at their leisure the night of the meeting. I just think that's easier for everybody.
Councilmember Schultz?
Option B then.
Mayor Talamantes?
Yes, Councilmember Springer.
I support the hybrid model that, let's give it a try for 3 months. We have people who can't come in and calling works for them, but we have people who are eager to come in. And so both are allowed. That's correct, Ms. Garzon. We'd have the call in up front.
Yes.
And then for the people who want to come in and can come in and comment.
We would have the people that are here inside the chamber speak first, and then the callers would then have the opportunity to speak.
So with the public in council chambers, they can speak they can speak at each report. Is that correct?
No. So if we went with option B, we would have one public comment period during a regular meeting, just the way we do now, right? When we would get to the public comment period, the people inside the chambers would speak first. They would each be allowed 3 minutes to speak. Once everyone that wants to speak that is inside the council chambers has had that opportunity, then we would go to the people calling in. So let's say, for example, there's 10 people here inside the chambers. They give us their speaking card. All of them will have the opportunity to speak. Once we ensure that there's no one else here inside the chambers that wants to speak, once we ensure that, then we would go to all of the callers. And it would be the same process that you saw today, for example.
Thank you.
And if we had a public hearing, of course, then each public hearing would have their own public comment process. There would be a public comment period, I'm sorry, and also there would be a public comment period during closed session.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So just to clarify, if there's 5 items on the agenda, for example, and I want to speak at each one of them, can I also have my 3 minutes up front? It's one or the other, right?
If we go with option 1, you would have the opportunity to speak 6 times.
Okay.
The first time you can speak would be during the general public comment period, and then you would have 5 opportunities to speak after each report.
And option 2 or option B? Is it
There's
B?
only 2, I'm sorry, there's only 1 public comment period.
Okay. All right, colleagues, direction? Councilmember Frutos?
Yeah, I sit on the county Civil Brand Commission for Inmates, and during their public comment, they don't have a general public comment period, but before the body or the commission that I'm on takes any action for every single agenda item, after the discussion is debated, but before the vote is called, the public calls in to weigh in. I'm just throwing that out there as another idea. But like I said, they don't have a beginning of the meeting public comment period to talk about general, that the people that are calling in can only call before the body takes an action on that particular agenda item, but it's for every single agenda item as another idea. If we're going to do a small hybrid test for a couple months to revisit it, that's just an idea of how the county does it.
Councilmember Fruto, hold that thought, and I'll get back to you, Councilmember Springer. Our city attorney wants to weigh in.
So our basic requirement derives from the Brown Act. The Brown Act provides that before the council considers any item, the public shall be given an opportunity to provide comment. That could be one time, or it could be at each item. And then separately for public hearing items, we do it the same way for every public hearing, but there are very specific statutes. Obviously the public hearing, you're taking in evidence, so you want that testimony on the public hearing item. But that's not true for all the other items on the agenda. So as all of you know, there has been a long history of different formats of public comment. The council most recently, before COVID, reformatted, reduced some time periods, and then during COVID, focused the public comment at the beginning to meet that basic Brown Act requirement. And so the recommendation is to meet the Brown Act requirement because you're expanding the opportunity for both in-person and remote participation, that the recommendation is to focus that all on the basic requirement prior to consideration of all items on the agenda except for public hearings. And that meets the requirement of the Brown Act.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes. Councilmember Frutos, remember we added the public comment up front for the people who wanted to zip in and go back home because we had some marathon city council meetings, and for them to have to wait was just too big of a burden on them. So I like the idea of keeping that up front. And but if you would like to consider adding a comment at each report, I would support you on that.
Can I make a comment, Mayor
Yes, go ahead.
Talamantes?
Yes.
So what Councilmember Frutos is recommending would be, in our opinion, just logistically almost impossible, right? So we would have, the team that's back there would have to stay for the whole meeting, right? Because everybody, you're saying a public comment period after every report or before every report, right? So you would be, it would just take longer. The meeting would take longer. It would be more confusing. What you're recommending, Councilmember Frutos, would just kind of, we would be backtracking, right? If you want to allow the public to speak, let's say if you want the public to be able to call in, then option B would be the one that would be most feasible, right? It would just get a little bit more complicated if we allowed that. And I know Assistant City Manager has an additional comment.
I just want to add, having watched this play out in the background, what happens? It happens all the time when we have a public hearing. Somebody calls, they don't understand that they can't get in the queue right now because we don't have a way to just put people in a hold queue where we can push them to one line because they want to wait for item 4 or in this line because they want to wait for item 6. It's calls come in, and if you called and you wanted to talk on the public hearing, you need to call back if you've called early. So that's confusing to people already. So I can just imagine when people are trying to call and they're hearing, okay, call in now for item 5, item 6, item 7. They're going to get confused. They're going to think, that they can call in and then they can wait. And we really can't have people, the system just doesn't work where we can have people sitting on a hold line waiting for another item. So I know it sounds like we're trying to make this really impossible, but we're not. It's just logistically not a very simple system. And we've already seen it difficult for people. I mean, whether it's just people having their microphone, their TV on and we're getting the feedback, or they're on a cell phone and they cut out, whatever the case may be. It's hard enough just logistically from that. And I think that's why we are saying if you're going to keep a hybrid, it's best to just, have all of the public comment on all of those matters up front. And of course, if we have a public hearing, we always go for that separately. But I just think it logistically is difficult, and you're going to have every staff member that is our communications team and the city clerk's office who assists Ms. Garzone in that process has to stay here. Like tonight, they'd still be here because they'd be taking public comment on this item right now. So it just adds to that process, and I think it makes it more difficult for the public. And I'm just trying to have people understand. I'm not trying to be like I want to prevent public comment because that's not at all the situation. It's just logistically not very easy, and it's a cumbersome process that doesn't give us the ability to just throw people on certain holds and then bring them back in. I wish we had that kind of capability because that would be easier, but we don't. And so that's why you'll hear people say, oh, I had to hang up and call back, and then nobody was, whatever. Or we have to explain to them and we miss people because they waited too long on the hold line because somebody was trying to explain to them, you need to call back because you want to call about the hearing, and I could just see that becoming a real problem. Just being honest about the situation.
No, thank you for that. I mean, it's, you see what's happening. We don't see that. Councilmember Frutos, go ahead.
All I can say is the county only has 2 people, and I don't see these issues at all with the county. And the county is a much larger area than the city of Burbank. I'm saying, let's try. If it improves people's, it sounds like we're going up to option B, then let's try it for 3 months. I don't see why we can't try, but the county only has 2 employees to do the phone when the county meets. Thank you.
Councilmember Springer?
Well, what about just one call-in opportunity, and then if you want to comment on the agenda items, then you have to be in council chambers? So that I understand the logistical nightmare with the phones, like to call in like 5 times throughout the meeting, but would that be a workable option, just one call-in time? And then if somebody wants to speak on a public hearing, they have to be in council chambers? Is that fair? Is that legally fair?
That might be doable, yeah.
Well, so I think the idea that if you want to call in, you call in at the beginning, but if you want to speak on other matters, you need to be in person. Conceptually, that's okay for non-hearings. The problem with public hearings is that you only take evidence for the hearing during that public hearing item. And I think we'll be hard pressed to, if it's feasible to take telephone calls and we're allowing public comment on all other items, but closing the hearing to people calling in, that could be a problem. just for access to the hearings, that we have a different process.
Any other comments?
Yeah,
Councilman, go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. So the question that city manager asked me was, if we did call in one period at the beginning and then only for hearings, I think that's fine, because the beginning period is for all items on the agenda. And actually, we do have people that speak at the beginning on a hearing, right? We can't stop them. And I know that the chair has often said, you know, your comments are better on the record, but they don't care. They make them at the beginning anyway, and that's true. But if you did the call in for all items at the beginning, and then only in person for reports, and then you did call in and in person for hearings, I think that would be fine.
And put the hearings as close to the front as possible, right after consent.
I hear from the city manager that they always are.
And one more comment, and then I'm done. So there's still the in-person comment up front would be allowed, right? So somebody can come in and go home.
Yes.
Okay,
Or
thank
just
you.
stay home and call in. They don't have to come in. I mean, if you really want to make it easy. Anyway, anyone else want to weigh in? Vice Mayor, go ahead.
So yeah, I would be supportive of option B, and I like the idea of allowing more options for comments, because sometimes people want to comment directly on those hearings. But yes, if it's a way that we can only do those interstitial comment periods in person, because, you know, honestly, if someone's calling in for something later on, there's no reason why they can't make that comment up front. We've been doing it for months now. I don't think our short-term memory is so shot that we need that right now. So I think we can retain comments given at the beginning over the phone call for the rest of the meeting, but also allowing folks to come down and give input at the beginning of each hearing on that specific topic, I think is also okay. I think opening
Now,
it up.
you're
to
using
that.
hearing. Yeah, they're allowed for hearing, but you're talking about agenda item is different.
Sorry, yes. Sorry.
Right.
I'm saying, yes, you're right. Public hearing is different.
Right.
Agenda items. So I'm okay with, if I'm understanding Councilmember Frutos's motion clearly, that we do option B, we have upfront public comment in person and public comment over the phone, right? And then throughout the night, if there's a public hearing, according to our city attorney, we would also need to do in person and call-in. But then in addition to those two instances, later on through the night, we allow public comment on any agenda item before each agenda item, but only in person? Is that what I'm hearing from Councilmember Frutos?
There's no, just to clear it up, there is no motion. There is no motion right now. So let's make that.
So what we're hearing, it's a composite, if I could, Mr. Mayor. I'll describe it as option C. So the collective wisdom of the council in its current deliberations is to have an initial period of public comment that is in person, followed by telephonic during the initial period. Then, during the reports to council, because we don't have overlapping queues, it's a queuing problem, only in-person comments on reports to council. Then, for public hearings, and I realize I have them out of order, it's actually public hearings before reports to council, but for public hearings, it would be both in-person testimony and telephonic testimony, because the evidence for hearings is taken after the staff report. That's why you need both types. So, and some of those comments were from Councilmember Springer and many of them from Councilmember Frutos. So it would be an initial period, in-person telephonic, public hearings, in-person telephonic, reports to council, in-person only, is what I'm calling option C. With city manager's qualification, all at 3 minutes each, unless you have a excessive number and the council or the chair or the council wishes to reduce that so you can hear from more people.
That's perfectly clear. Crystal, option C, huh? That was
Option
good.
C.
Anybody else? Oh, Vice Mayor? Go ahead.
Yeah, just to clarify real quick, we have a standing rule where if you've spoken at the beginning, the open public comment on an agenda item later, that you also don't get your 3 minutes on that agenda item. I want to be clear to the public and that we're not overriding that. That rule is still in place, right?
Yes. Because now it turns into 6 minutes as opposed to 3 minutes. Yes, thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to let Councilmember Frutos or Springer make the motion since it was kind of a combination of their ideas, but I just wanted to echo and say, I think that's a great idea to trial run for two reasons, in addition to everything else that's been said. Number one, last year there were a couple of ordinances that we were considering, and if we didn't have a telephone option, we wouldn't have heard, for example, from the California Retailers Association, someone who might have some good information to provide council but couldn't be here in person. So I think it's a great idea. And second of all, there are folks that are immunocompromised or maybe can't get the vaccine. We're not requiring proof of vaccination for the public to come into this meeting. So I think this gives us maximum ability to allow people to participate however best they are comfortable with it. So I'm all on board.
Did you want to say something, City Manager?
Yeah, we just wanted to know what you wanted to do as far as boards and commissions other than the council. So is that?
Could we take these as separate motions so as not to confuse?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, that would be great.
or maybe it does influence.
So let's address this motion for council meetings,
Correct.
and then we'll move on to boards and commissions.
Perfect.
Colleagues?
So I'll make the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Option 3, has our city legal scholar has eloquently put it.
I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion? Mr. City Manager?
And just really quick to clarify, so this would actually begin May 3rd, at the meeting May 3rd, and we'd bring back a report in 3 months, which would be the end of July or right around there. So a plus or minus a week if I don't have my calendar with me, so I'm not
Right.
sure if we're meeting at the end of July, but we'd bring it back for consideration at that point.
Okay, good. And let's just keep in mind also what's happening in Philadelphia, where they're requiring masks now because of the surge in cases. Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, just one last quick question. We're adopting our findings until May 3rd, but we're coming back in person. Just the council is coming back to chambers for the rest of April. But does that mean during April, can one of us telecommute to the meeting because we're taking the adoption of findings until May 3rd?
Well, the plan that the council agreed upon was that starting next week, that all council would be coming back for the next 2 meetings. So if you want to do something different.
Well, the only reason I ask is I might have to be out of town on the 26th.
Oh, come on now. What is your priorities? Come on, we're trying to bring us together, and you don't want to participate.
So as long as council is adopting the findings for the physical distancing in meetings, which is the basis for not having the public here, then any remote participation is sufficient. Once those findings expire, every telecommunication site must be separately posted as a public meeting and must provide the public an opportunity to provide testimony at that remote site. So that's the normal Brown Act rule. And as soon as those findings expire on May 3rd, then that's the prerequisite for a normal teleconference meeting.
So Vice Mayor, wherever you're staying, you could have a whole bunch of people come in and join you.
I'll work that headache out with the city manager.
There you go. So Ms. Garzon, is there a wrap-up? Can you give us a wrap-up with the?
I think Councilmember Frutos has something to say, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Frutos, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Attorney, I do believe, and you're the legal scholar, but if you take an action, but you're not within the county of LA, you can't participate in that vote, because I had that happen with another commission member at the county level, and county council, basically, once the commissioner said that they were outside the county of LA participating in the meeting, all those votes that were taken outside the county of LA were basically voided. So I want to make sure we don't get in trouble at our level should the vice mayor not be in the county and he's participating in a meeting.
The quorum needs to be within the jurisdiction. So under the normal teleconference rules, the quorum needs to be at the same site and within the jurisdiction. There's not a requirement that it be LA County. The Brown Act is not written specific to LA County. So it refers to the jurisdiction. And we have had members participate while out of the state and has not been a problem. I will double check just to make sure that that provision was not recently updated, but it could be that the county has its own special meeting procedure that goes beyond the requirements of the Brown Act.
All right, thank you. So there's a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Frutos?
Yes, on more public participation.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you.
Ms. Garzon, thank you for the report. Thank you for your patience.
So there was a second issue about boards and commissions?
Oh, no, we haven't discussed boards and commissions yet. We're moving on to boards and commissions.
So just from my own common knowledge,
Yes, sir.
they're not all run the same way. Some are run by Zoom, and Planning Board, for instance, has a setup that's more similar to council, where they have staff attending phone lines.
Yeah. So I would recommend to council, based on staffing, resources, and needs per the particular commissions, that they decide how best to do it based on what they're needing. And I think that has worked well just because of the various different types of commissions that we have. So that's what we would be, unless the council wants to pursue something similar that they just adopted.
Can you clear that up for me in regards to boards and commissions? You want us to follow not what we adopted, because of the fact that it's going to take a lot of Zooming.
Absolutely. You could leave it to each of the different boards and commissions to determine how best they should pursue their meetings based on their needs and their staffing resources and what they're doing, rather than simply adopting what you just adopted for the city council.
All right, should that be an additional agenda item to?
So I want to qualify that. So it doesn't need to be an additional agenda item because we're only talking about public comment. So the boards and commissions have to abide by the same rules in the Brown Act. They could teleconference, but the council is the body that has adopted the findings for remote meetings under the pandemic. So once the council's social distancing policies expire, the board and commission meetings need to happen at their respective locations for their regular meetings. They're teleconferencing, a quorum has to be within the jurisdiction, and every site has to be open for public comment. The question is, are they opening up for remote public comment, or are they only doing in-person public comment? Because they're still bound by the Brown Act for the teleconferencing as soon as the council's findings expire.
Councilmember Schultz.
Okay, so with that, Mr. City Attorney, tell me if I'm trying to formulate a motion here and I want to make sure I'm getting it right. So with the exception of the planning board, let's say, who have hearings like we do, I think for most every other board or commission, they would essentially take telephonic participation or Zoom participation as part of general public comment at the beginning, in most instances, right? So I think what we could do, and this is where I'd like your input, sir, is we could certainly make a motion that that's the directive of council, but as far as the exact logistics, whether it's over Zoom, whether it's calling in via the planning board, that I think we could leave to the staff and the chair and vice chair of that commission to work out the exact logistics. Would that be a sufficient motion?
Yes.
Okay. So colleagues, I mean, if anyone disagrees, I mean, I think that would be within the spirit of what we're doing today.
So there's a motion. Is there a second?
Could you please repeat it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Springer. So the motion would be that the council give direction to our boards, committees, and commissions that they are to go to a hybrid model as well. While they're meeting in person, they will need to take some sort of remote participation, whether that's by phone or by Zoom. However, the exact specifics, we will leave it up to the staff assigned to those boards, committees, and commissions and the leadership of those bodies.
Okay, I'll second that.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. So this is the time for brief council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments. Who'd like to lead off first? Councilmember Frutos.
All right.
He's jumping out of his seat.
Back on Wednesday, April the 6th, I attended the Los Angeles County Civil Brand Commission for institutional inspections, and that's all I had from last council meeting to this, so it's very short for me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next. Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick too. Thursday, April 7th, I attended the SCAG Community Economic and Human Development Committee meeting. No reportable action. I also wanted to give my compliments to Community Development Department staff. I attended the virtual meeting regarding the Rancho Providencia Neighborhood Protection Plan. Thought it was really well done and good job answering questions. Friday, April 8th, I was with, I believe it was just you, Mr. Mayor, at the Valley Economic Alliance Valley of the Stars Gala. I thought it was terrific, and I'm glad to see that you got that football signed by Eric Dickerson. Nicely done, sir. And then lastly, earlier today, I had a Zoom meeting with the developer of the Pickwick property, just to more of an introductory meeting. I did not compromise my position on that, and I look forward to a public hearing next week.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Springer?
Yes, thank you. I chaired the Domestic Violence Task Force meeting, and Vice Mayor Anthony was there. Attended the SCAG Energy and Environment Committee meeting. And also the Rancho Providencia Neighborhood Protection Plan Zoom. And I attended the Youth Art Expo Gallery for the kindergartner through fifth grade. And that was fun. We have some talented youth out there. Last night was the PFLAG meeting. And I also on Sunday went and participated in a community garden work day. They're getting close to, there's work that needs to be done, but they're still planning for a Memorial Weekend opening, but they're also planning Earth Day, the 22nd, there at the garden site. I think it's 5 p.m. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did attend the Domestic Violence Task Force on Wednesday. I believe, Mr. Mayor, you were there listening in too, right?
Yes, I was.
That was a good meeting.
Yes.
And I was listening remotely, picking up my son, and my phone went off mute for a while. So I do apologize for that. I attended the The PFLAG meeting yesterday was a very, that was a tough meeting, I have to say. Councilmember Springer was there. It was hard to hear. There's some rough stuff happening outside of Burbank that people were talking about. And then on Sunday, actually, I went to an event for a woman running for our new redistricted state Senate district, Caroline Menjivar. Interesting stuff that she was talking about and running on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's it.
Thank you. So I'll weigh in. I spoke at the Kiwanis Club of Burbank weekly meeting. I also attended the San Fernando Valley Service Council. I was participated in the LoSAN Executive Committee, and I was part of the SCAG Transportation Committee meeting. I also observed the CDD virtual community meeting regarding the Rancho Providencia. And I attended Supervisor Barger in 5th District cities regarding the Blue Ribbon Commission on what they've been working on. I was also at the Valley Economic Alliance Valley of the Stars Gala. Yes, and I was very fortunate to get Eric Dixon's signature on the football. Let's see, I also attended the Burbank Tournament of Roses de-install and install of officers. I think we went through like 2 or 3 years of de-installing officers and installing them for 2021 and 21-22 and now 2022-23 because they hadn't had meetings. And today I also participated in a Zoom meeting with the Pickwick developer and CDD staff. Now is the time for introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of the council have any items to introduce? Oh, Councilmember Frutos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Manager, I was wondering, how can we go about this? So I know that we have Batman in front of the AMC theaters, and we're talking about Wonder Woman maybe showing up in Magnolia Park. I was talking to one of the folks at Nickelodeon, and they would like to put an art display like SpongeBob, and they like to put it on their parkway. So I don't know how we can move that forward. So it could be another Photoshop like we have Batman and Wonder Woman. Nickelodeon would like to participate and put one out in front of their property there on the parkway. That's it.
Okay, we'll follow up and see what we got to do, if whatever we got to bring back as far as doing that.
So that's the first report?
Yeah, first. Yep.
Yep, I'll be guided by you. That's the first time I've ever requested something like that. But hey, if we got Batman, we can have Bob SquarePants. Thank you.
Councilmember Springer.
Yes, thank you. I would like to propose an agenda item of the presentation of the progress reports for our general plan implementation and our housing element, just so we keep our public in the loop about what's going on. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Oh, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to request, let me see if I can do it right this time. I'd like to request a first step report to discuss a small business assistance program and what funding sources are available for such a program.
Excellent, Vice Mayor. That was excellent. Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two. The first one might satisfy what the Vice Mayor is looking more for. It may not. But the first one would be a first step report on a revenue neutral cash-based incentive targeted jobs fund program based on that's currently in existence in Miami-Dade County, Florida. And I'll provide staff with more information on that. I've done the research.
Is that all?
No, second one, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, was first step report on revisiting the Rancho Master Plan.
Great. City managers, he's shaking his head like this or like that maybe. Okay, any other comments? You know, I like to just have a moment of silence for the victims of the New York tragedy this morning. You know, these seem to be happening more and more often, more frequent, but nonetheless, they are happening. So if we could just spend a minute or so before we adjourn, I appreciate it. Thank you. We now adjourn the meeting to Monday, April 18th for a special meeting through an online meeting process. The public may view the meeting online or on television and will be able to provide public comment in the following three ways: by leaving an e-comment on the city webpage, by emailing the city council directly, by calling in directly the council meeting. So, thank you very much and have a good night. Be safe out there. We're adjourned.